my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes. We ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it. But at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do. We gotta
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It's a beautiful morning this morning. A little gloomy where I'm at, but you know, it is what it is. Welcome on in. Yeah, I think we need to break down this amazing win over the Falcons. Of course, many of you guys know I was in-house for this amazing game with our black uniforms. With my boy David Screws here, man. A.K.A. David Kesha. But, you know, we gonna get this thing rolling. So before we do that, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so on YouTube. We try to get those numbers up to 500, folks. We're almost there. So share the stream, if you would please, and share the videos. Add to the family. We're trying to get a good number of good people up in here, man. You know, good people. We're not trying for the trolls, man. We try for the good people. So, share the stream around to newcomers to the game, to people from all 32 teams. All 32 teams fans are welcome here. And especially newcomers to the game, because we would like to be able to teach you guys about the game and help you guys learn through our stream. Also, be sure to check out the Facebook page, group page, Keep Pounding in all caps, for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, plus schedules for the channel, video release channel schedules, and of course, the Yahoo Sports Keep Pounding Fantasy Football League news. So, let's get it poppin'. Breakdown in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Alright. So, as many of you guys know, I was sitting up in the upper bowl again, underneath the stadium scoreboard, in the 500 section. And great view from up there. You can't really see the player numbers, but you can see the entire field, and it's just awesome. It's just a great view, you know, and I believe I posted that picture on the Facebook group page. Oh, no, I didn't, actually. Let me do that now. No, it's on my phone. It's on my phone. Alright, so I'll post it later for y'all. Alright, big win over the Falcons. Let's talk about it. Keep pounding, bro, says David. That's what's up, man. Keep pounding indeed. That's exactly what we did on Thursday night. I'm proud of this team. We came out the gate making sure these people saw who we were and what we were trying to do. You know, right out of the gate. You know, we shut down that run game. You know, Marcus Mariota had nowhere else to go. We shut down the zone read. You know, it was beautiful, man. It really was. And we put up those the 25 points. So, I'm happy with it, man. You know, PJ Walker played a really good game. Our O-line played a really good game. You know, with the exception of Icky not being smart with penalties. You know, we got to work on that. Still got to work on that, Icky. Come on, man. You know I got to call you out on that. But otherwise, man, the O-line played really well. I was very happy with it. David, let me ask you a question, man. Since you're in chat, did Taylor Moton play that game or did he not? Because I remember him being hurt that game. I think he was. I think he was hurt. Wilkes is really wanting to win this week. I could tell from his last press conference. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This man wants this job. I'm telling y'all. What do y'all think I'm pulling out the Super Bowl hat? I'm pulling out the Super Bowl hat, y'all. Because it's Super Bowl era. Coaching right now. You know? This team's about to build. Once we get out of this cap trouble, we're about to build. And we ain't slowing down. We ain't stopping. It's about to be a freight train from there on. There ain't nothing that can stop us. Alright, so it's going to be tough, but if we play with heart, we can do it. That's right. That's right. We're not out of this race yet. We are not out of this race yet, y'all. I'm going to tell you that right now. Alright, so we're going to... Hold up. Let me pull up these standings for y'all. I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about here. We're not out of this yet. Alright, if you look up at your screen, you got the 5-5 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You got the 4-6 Falcons. We knocked them down a peg. We are tied for third place with the Saints, 3-7. Now, if you consider it, we are only 2 games behind. We're only 2 games behind, y'all. Had we won that first Falcons game, we would only be 1 game behind. And y'all know it. We would have a tie for second place right now. That's big. That's big, folks. Man, people don't understand how big this game was. I'm trying to tell y'all right now. With the schedules of the South right now looking the way they are, let me show y'all what we're doing with the next 2 games with these teams. And I'm going to show you. Buccaneers. If they barely beat the Seahawks 21-16. And Gino was looking rough during that game. I'm going to be real with you. Gino was looking rough. I mean, I will continue to say this. The Seahawks are a good team. You know, defensively, for the most part. And offensively, everybody's good on that team but Gino. He's an average quarterback, man. Average to below average. That's the same as he was when he was with the Jets. That has not changed. So, I mean, if they put up 16 points against us, man, that's a win. I don't care who we got at quarterback. If Gino puts up 16 against us, that's a win. And we playing them later on. In about 3-4 weeks from now. Right after the bye. We got a bye week to prepare for them too? Oh yeah, that's a win. I'm telling y'all right now, that's a win. I don't care how many people come back from injury. Man, we got this. We got this one. Because if you look at it, man, the Seahawks haven't been that impressive. Yeah, the record of 6-4 is legitimate. They beat legitimate teams. But if you're only going to put up 16 points against a average Buccaneers defense, after a 31-21 win over the Cards and a 27-13 win over the Giants, and a 37-23 win over the Chargers, man, it was just a matter of time till they lost one, man. Because they got on that hot streak and they can't stay on it for very long. That's just the Seahawks' nature right there. You know, if you look at who the Seahawks have been since 2016, it's their nature to drop off after a 4-win streak or something like that, man. You know what I mean? They don't stay up. So that did not surprise me right there. Not at all. Alright, so the Buccaneers. We getting back to the Buccaneers. Let's look at this NFC South right now. Alright, so you got the Browns, the Saints in the next 2 games. The Browns and the Saints. Now, if we know anything about the Buccaneers right now, this is a team that is struggling to get over 20 points. Okay? They got 20 on the Saints the first game they played them. And as for the Browns, they score way more points than 20 as an average. They barely squeaked by the Rams. They barely squeaked by the Seahawks. I don't see the Buccaneers getting too many more wins here. They might squeak by the 49ers. I don't know about the Falcons. They're going to have a tough time with the Falcons. But our Panthers, the Cardinals, and the Bengals, nah, you're not beating these 3. Tampa, if you're paying attention right now, you're not winning those 3. I'm telling you right now. Not until you start scoring more than 20 points. That division lead is about to go away real quick. And I would venture to say it's going to go away in the next 2 weeks. I don't know about that 49ers game. You might be able to squeak one out there too. We'll see. But it's not going to be enough. Alright, so when you are looking at the NFC South, the next team to consider obviously would be the Saints. Since we're tied with them. Now the Saints are 3-7 right now. Saints, you're looking at the Rams, 49ers, and Buccaneers. Now, if I'm the Saints, I'm going, ooh, this is exactly what we're looking for. You know, because we could take the 49ers if you're the Saints. The Rams, probably not. Probably not. The Rams need to put up some more points, though. But for now, that could be a 50-50 game right there. We'll see how that goes. But, Saints over the Bucks. Oh, yeah, that's 2 wins right there. Saints getting that soft schedule for a minute. You know, and then they got the Falcons. Then they got the Browns, Eagles, and then us to finish out. Saints ain't winning the division. I'm telling you that right now. It's not happening. It is not happening. If y'all can't beat the Ravens And if y'all can't handle the Steelers and you get absolutely shut down by the Cards, I don't think so. Y'all can't handle the Seahawks? Nah. Saints ain't winning. They barely handled the Seahawks in a high-scoring game. I mean, we beat them once already. I'm feeling a sweep. So, yeah. So let's talk about the Falcons. Let's talk about them Dirty Birds. Because the Dirty Birds are going to be our main problem. I'm going to tell you that right now. Dirty Birds are going to be our main problem. Because look at this schedule. You got the Bears, you got Washington, you got Pittsburgh. Come on, man. They got those three. They got those three in the bag. The Bears are trash. Washington is, like, overrated for their record right now. Even after beating the Eagles, I still think they're a little overrated. They're playing a little over their heads right now. I just don't understand, like, how they're having as much success as they are with the roster that they've got. And I did see that Ron Rivera got emotional after that game. And I was like, okay, cool. You know, he's still got the passion for the game, man. And I got to respect that. But, you know, getting back to the Falcons here. That's 3 straight wins right there after taking that L to us. Falcons are going to be back in the mix. They're going to take that division lead. And it's going to be hard to upseed them. That's the problem here. Alright, so here's where we may have a shot at making a run at them. Because you got the Saints, the Ravens, Cardinals, and Buccaneers to finish up the season there. So that is our 4-game window. And the Saints will probably get that win over the Bucs. So that's a 3-game window, realistically, that we've got to take advantage of. You know, we got to have it. We can't directly impact that division lead right now that the Falcons are about to get. This Thursday game was our last opportunity to do so. So, you know, you put that into perspective and you look at our schedule. Okay. Let's see what we got. Ravens is going to be a tough game. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Briefly. Because I don't want to give out too many spoilers of that Saturday night stream. You know, because there's a lot of info that we got to go through just to prepare for that Ravens game. So we're going to spend a good hour and a half just on that stream. But that's not what today's stream is about. And I'll tell you about today's stream in a minute. We're doing the breakdown. Yeah, that's going to take about 30 to 45 minutes. But today's stream is mostly about the cap money. It's going to be about what can we do to free up enough money to have $10 million for rookie contracts. What can we do to free up enough money to have $7 to $8 million to deal with injuries next year, you know, during the regular season, and make transactions freely. And that's also going to be this stream is also going to be about mock draft. Ooh, excuse me. I just woke up about an hour ago, y'all. I'm just trying to get my bearings here and get things straightened out. I'm not used to doing morning streams, so I'm more of a night owl, as y'all know. But I got enough sleep. I wanted to make sure I did, so I could do this stream properly. But yeah, that's what this stream is gonna be, y'all. That's what we're gonna be spending most of our time on. You know, I'll briefly go over this Falcons game, but it won't take long. Just with different numbers, essentially, and a better D line. Alright, so our schedule looks like this. We've got Baltimore, a weak Broncos team that we can take advantage of and win over. The Seahawks, who may or may not recover on offense against us after the bye week. But the good news is we've got that bye week to prepare for them. Alright, so there will be no excuses why we can't handle Geno Smith. Alright? I want to make sure everybody's aware of that. There will be zero excuses why we cannot handle Geno Smith. It's the wide receiver threats and the running back that I'm more concerned with Seattle. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Obviously, that Seahawks defense is fairly strong. But, again, we'll get to that bridge when we get there. But that's going to be our big game right there coming up. We got to circle that one. That's a trap game. Y'all, the reason I say that's a trap game is because Geno is an average to below average quarterback. And, you know, you're dealing with a pretty good Seattle defense. So, we have a chance of winning that game. But we got to come in like we did against the Falcons on Thursday night. You know, after a week of preparation. And I'm going to tell you why this is important in a minute. And why I'm circling this game in a minute. Main thing being, we got a shot at this Seattle game as long as we don't sleep on them. You know what I mean? Properly prepare. Don't waste that time. Alright? When we get to that point in the schedule, do not waste that time. If we are properly prepared, we come in there and we win the battle in the trenches, we got a shot. But if we lay an egg, like we did against the Bengals, and we knew we weren't going to win that Bengals game anyway, let's be fair. But if we lay an egg against, like we did in that Bengals game, Seattle's going to win. They're going to win by 7 to 10 points. If that happens. We cannot allow that. Alright? We cannot allow that. If y'all want this division, we cannot allow that. So we got to come out there swinging, man. I'm telling you. We got to come out there swinging. Now, here's why I singled out this game. Because if you look at the pattern of the Panthers before this year, we have been losing games that we're supposed to win and winning games that we're supposed to lose. You know, in order to get better draft picks. When we know the season is dead. Now, since Steve Wilks has taken over, we have changed the status quo. We have flipped the script. And I'm proud of this team for doing that right there. And we're taking L's in games that we know we can't win, right? Like the Rams game, we know we probably couldn't win that one. But, you know, it's first game in Wilkes' book, you know. And he's observing. He's trying to figure out what's going on with this team. You know, where are our strengths, where are our weaknesses. So he was scoping it out during that Rams game. Could we have won that game? Yeah, absolutely we could have. And we didn't even realize that we were catching the Rams off guard. With the Matt Rule firing. The Rams thought they had that game in the bag walking in. They didn't realize Steve Wilkes, baby. They didn't realize. Steve walks in there and he goes, all right, I've had enough of this. We're about to make some noise now. We got enough talent on this team. There's no reason why we can't make some noise. So, first game out with Wilkes, I don't expect a win. You know what I mean? So, second game out with Wilkes was the Buccaneers game. And we caught the Buccaneers completely by surprise. And what's funny is we scored 21 points, which is the Buccaneers' average for this year. That's what makes it hilarious. And we actually held them to a field goal. Which I'm like, it just goes to show you how weird this year is. Okay? There's no way you can explain this. So, that's pretty much the first game I've seen Tom Brady not throw a touchdown pass in a while. So we surprised the Buccaneers. We won at the right time. And we won a big, big battle right there. So we roll into the Falcons game in the Dome. We shot that game against the Falcons. Had we been smart enough to not have that helmet penalty, which shouldn't have been a helmet penalty. So technically that should have been a win. So if you think about it, we should be a game back in the division. Alright, so on paper, it's a loss. But in Panther fans' books, it's a win. That's how we feel about it. You know what I mean? That game should have never went to overtime. We should have won that game. Because we did everything right. Alright, so Bengals game, we know we don't have a chance walking into that game. All we can do is look good. You know what I mean? And take a healthy loss there. That's fine. It's not a non-healthy loss. It's a healthy loss. We don't mind taking that L against the Bengals. That's a former Super Bowl team. They put 42 up on us. I don't mind us losing. It's just the way we lost that game. Because we came in there just like we left our hearts on the plane. You know what I mean? And we can't do this. That's all I'm asking for. Put your full effort in. If we take the loss, we would take the loss. You know what I mean? If the team is clearly better than us, I have zero problem with it. That's a game that we were not supposed to win right there. So, that's fair. I have zero problem with the L there. On the record books. Now, Falcons game. We took that game on Thursday night. We put all our efforts into that game right there because we knew that was a critical game in the division, and we got the win. We played hard. We put our hearts out on the field, and we took the win. This is what I'm talking about. If we follow this pattern right here, you think about it. We're not supposed to win this Ravens game probably, but we could put up a good showing. But as far as I'm concerned, it's a 60-40 in favor of the Ravens. So, if we don't pull it off, we don't pull it off. No biggie, but it would help us, in the division race. For sure it would. Because if you look at some of these other teams and what they're dealing with in the next 2 weeks, that could be an advantage. You take a game back. But, I mean, I'm not mad at it if we don't get the win. I'm not mad at it. As long as we put up a good showing, we put up 100% of our efforts out there, we might surprise the Ravens. You never know. That's the thing. You never know. As long as we put up our best, we might surprise one of these teams. You know, I'm not throwing that out. I'm not. You never know when the Ravens might just lay an egg and we take the win out of nowhere. So that's what I'm saying. Play your best. No matter what the game is, no matter who the opponent is, play your best. Win the day. Like Steve Wilkes is saying. Even if we're not supposed to win the game, at least win the day. That's what matters. You know, and it could completely turn the other way. The NFL is a weird year this year. I've seen a lot of weird things that I was not expecting to see. You know, Aaron Rodgers laying an egg, for example. Tom Brady laying an egg, for example. The Jets getting into the playoffs. Who would have predicted all that, man? Who would have predicted the Lions having the top grade offense for like week 4? Like who would have predicted that? If anybody predicted that, y'all need to play the Powerball right now. Y'all need to go gambling in Vegas because I want your kind of luck. I'm gonna make some money. You know, so right there, that's okay. We roll into the Broncos game, we get the win against an easy, soft opponent. We can get that. Seahawks, that's the big one right there. That's the big one. That's the trap game. We feel like we got a shot at that one, 50-50. So, I mean, like I said, as long as we don't lay an egg in that game, we got a shot. We don't come out flat. We win the day. We do what we're supposed to do. Yeah, we can battle the Falcons. You know? Hardball for hardball. We could do it, man. We roll into the Steelers game. We get that win because they're only putting up like 20 points a game. We got that one. Lions game. The Lions are putting up a lot of points this year. They've been kind of dropping off the map the last couple of weeks. So it's going to be an offensive shootout. And I don't think PJ is fully capable of going shootout mode with the Lions. Baker might be. It all depends. We're going to need some deep balls during that Lions game. And PJ is not capable of the deep ball just yet. I'm not convinced just yet. You know, that he's fully back as far as the deep ball. Yeah, we saw some great passes during that first Falcons game, but I need to see more. I need to see some consistency on that before I can truly say that he's ready to go, long ball wise. And I have not seen that yet in the last couple weeks. So, we'll see, man. We'll see. But, do we have a shot at the Lions? Absolutely. We just got to shoot out with them, you know? And at the end of the day, it's about who has the better defense between us and the Lions. We had the advantage there. That's why I'm saying we got a shot at the Lions, man. We should win that game. That's the other game I'm circling. Because that's going to be a major impact on what's about to happen in these last 2 games. Because if we could pull out a win against the Lions at home, that's big right there. That's big, y'all. Because we could roll in with a momentum shift going in our direction. Take on the Buccaneers, sweep the Bucs. Take on the Saints, sweep the Saints. Then it's just a matter of what the Falcons do. And the Falcons are going to be dropping those last 3, so you don't know. You don't know, man. the Saints are going to be a bit of an anomaly. If we could beat the Saints in that last game, then it's up to fate. At the very least, we can contend for a wild card. At the very least, I believe. Because we're sitting on like 8 to 9 wins at the end of this. Alright, so let's tally this up. We got a 3-7 record right now. Let's assume this schedule goes the way I think it will. Alright. Say we take the L in Baltimore. Alright, so that's 3-8. 4-8 after a win against the Broncos. If we get the win over Seattle, that's 5-8. Get the win over the Steelers, that's 6-8. Lions game, 7-8. Win over the Bucks, 8-8. And then a win over the Saints is 9-8. That's what we're looking at. Now, if we drop that Seattle game, that's 8-8. Right? 8-9. 8-9. But if we win that Seattle game, that's a 9-8. Flip the script. I mean, and a 9-8 record for a division title or a wild card, that is respectable right there. That's respectable. People will start looking at us with some respect when we hit into the playoff games. So, yeah, the Commanders humbled them Eagles fans, man. The Eagles were riding high. They were playing so well. And then here comes the Washington Commanders hot team. Smoked out that fire, man. It was bound to happen. Y'all can't sit on an undefeated season for too long. Even we lost to the Falcons, late in that 15-1 run. It's going to happen, dude. Nobody in the modern era has the team to go undefeated during the regular season. Nobody. Except New England. When they had Tom Brady and the whole crew up there. That's it. That's the only team I could think of. So, I mean, you look at it in perspective. Eagles beat the Vikings. Vikings beat the Commanders. I mean, it's a weird division up there, man. It's a weird one. So, like I said, we got that 3-game window right there. Right about the time of the Seahawks, Steelers, and Lions. That's when the Falcons are going to be facing those 3 teams that they're going to be taking L's to. That's our window to take back this division. And we're going to get... That's why I highlight this Seahawks game as much as I do. Because if we could take that Seahawks game, that gives us our opportunity to jump back in the race. To tie up for that lead. And that's all the more reason why I wish we could have swept the Falcons, man. I wish we could have kept that first game. It's that critical, y'all. Think about this, man. Steve Wilkes is doing this with the current roster that we have right now. Imagine if he had been in charge of this roster throughout the scoutings, the free agency period, the draft, this past offseason, and our rookie signings. Woo-wee! I'm telling you, imagine what this team could have looked like. Forget 9 wins, we look at 11 or 12. Because there was a few teams we could have beat with a better roster. You think about it, we should have beat the Browns. We should have beat the Giants. That's 2 wins right there. We might have actually been competitive against the Cardinals. we might have actually put up a good fight against the Niners. We would have got the win over the Rams. Put that into perspective, man. That's why I kept saying we should have fired Matt Rule last year. I kept preaching it, man. I was pushing hard for it last year. Because I knew that if you put Matt Rule in charge of any of that stuff, we're screwed. He's going to screw up the next season. And you can't have that. So we go 5 games into the new season. He's already screwed us up, bro. We were 1-4 before this man got fired. 1-4. Imagine what this team could have been. Golly. Gives me chills. Gives me chills, y'all. We need to hire this man as head coach. Now, you look at the record since he's come in. Okay. Assuming that he gets that win over the Rams, that's 1. Buccaneers is 2. Falcons is 3. Second Falcons game is 4. That's a 4-1 record. Not counting the Bengals game because we know we can't take the Bengals. 4-1. 4-1. Just starting out. Just out of the gate. Now, if that doesn't give you cold chills, y'all, I don't know what will. If this does not convince you that this man needs to be permanent head coach, I don't know what does. After everything that you have seen, press conferences, his win the day speech, you know, everything that he is doing with this locker room right now, this whole entire locker room is bought in. I don't know why this man isn't in the hat right now. He's got to be. He's got to be, bro. I mean, every coach that I've had on this list as a possible replacement has shown me every reason why not to hire them as our Panthers head coach. Steve Wilkes is showing me every reason why he should be hired. Y'all feel me on that? How y'all feeling about that? Y'all agree with that? What's up, Andy? Shout out to you. Shout out to Kane McDonald. Shout out to David Screws again. But yeah, my man. Alright, so if you think about it, Seattle beat the Bucks. We beat the Bucks. Therefore, we got a shot against Seattle. That you can count on. That you can count on right now. There are no guarantees in the NFL, but I feel very, very strongly that we got to win over the Broncos. Playing the way we are. Now, that doesn't mean walk in there and take it easy on them and act like they ain't nothing. What I'm saying is, win the day. No matter what game we're playing. No matter who we're playing, I don't care. Whether it be an easy win or whether it be a tough game, you walk in there and you play hard. You win the trenches. You do what you're supposed to do. Alright? Don't take anybody for granted. Nobody in this league needs to be taken for granted. Nobody. So, I need to see this team go hard, man. Go hard. Make a statement. Even against these softer teams like the Broncos, man, make a statement. You know, show up. We put up 35 points against the Broncos. 35-10 or something like that. That sends a statement to the rest of the league saying, this team ain't folding. We coming in here hard every game till that clock hits 000. And we know we got the talent to battle some of y'all. Come on up in Bank of America Stadium and find out. You know what I'm saying? Come on up in here and find out. Come on. Find out. Mess around and find out. You gonna leave with some bruises, I'm telling you that right now. We got the talent to go. You know, if you're talking like MMA fights, man, we got the talent to go at least a few rounds with the Ravens, man. At least a few. And the Seahawks. And the Saints right now. I don't know how long we last on offense against those Lions, but, you know, that's where that defense comes in. But offensively, oh yeah, we could go a few rounds. Let's go. You know? We ready to give them the left hook, the right hook. Let's go. Let's go. We fighting, baby. Steve Wilkes got this team fighting, man. I love it. I love it. You know, I'm going to tell you one other thing I loved this week that I saw in the news. The players brought up to David Tepper's attention their preference of grass fields over turf. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for listening and doing your part. You know, it's up to Tepper from here on, man. And I want Charlotte FC, man. If y'all are listening too, y'all are welcome to talk to Tepper as well and see if you can get those grass fields put back in. Because let me tell y'all something. You don't need turf to do concerts. You don't need turf to do all of this other stuff that Tepper is trying to do. You know, with all the events and stuff. Yeah, a few of them, it's nice. But you don't need it. You can still do grass, bro. You can still do grass. I've been to quite a few concerts, man, where they've had grass. And it's panned out just fine. No issues whatsoever. Panned out just fine. So, I don't see why you're going against these scientific studies and going with turf. It makes no sense to me, Mr. Tepper. I really don't get it. With all due respect, man. Makes no sense. I mean, again, it's your field. You do what you want to do with it, but I completely disagree. The players disagree. And we got another ankle sprain, you know, from PJ Walker. I mean, these are injuries that can be prevented, that are created by the turf. You know, Steve Wilkes won't comment on this stuff, but I'm sure he agrees. In his experience in the NFL, I'm sure he agrees. He's just not willing to say it right now because he doesn't want to risk his chance at getting that permanent head job right now. But I'm telling you, if he had that 3-year contract, he would be saying something along with these players. I bet you. I bet you money he would. You know, once he's secured with his contract, man, he would. So, he just don't want to risk it right now. And I respect that. I understand and I completely respect that, and I do not hold that against you, Steve Wilkes. Not at all. You're good. You are golden, sir. You know, you playing it safe. I got respect for that. Because the important thing is getting you in as permanent head coach, man. That's the important thing right now. And if we do everything right, we get this playoff spot. I see it. I see it happening. If that doesn't convince you, Mr. Tepper, that this man deserves that spot, I don't know what else will. You're going to turn around from a 1-4 team with the talent that we got, a 31st ranked offensive line to a top 10 offensive line. I don't know what to tell you. We haven't changed anybody. We haven't changed any talent. It's coaching. It's 100% coaching. It's so beautiful, man. And if you consider he did this with Sean Taylor in our secondary, he did this with an average quarterbacking crew here. Well, I'd say above average. You know, in a really good wide receiver core, really good running back group, you know, and a good defensive unit, a really good defensive unit. I'd say top 10 probably in the league. I don't know what the official rankings are or stats wise, but I would definitely say top 10. I haven't seen them, but if they say we're top 10, I can't argue with that at all. In fact, I love it. So if you think about it, he's turned this defensive line from almost bottom of the league to middle of the league. We still need a little help on that D-line, I think. We're not quite there yet. I mean, Derek Brown's doing a good job. Brian Burns is doing an excellent job. We've got the talent there, you know, to be middle of the league, D-line wise. But I think we could do a little better. And that's where this offseason is going to help you guys out. If we draft well, we can build on that D-line for sure. We don't need to like toss anybody right now, but we need to build on it. You know what I mean? And that's going to be the tough thing. Like, who are we keeping? Who are we tossing to make that happen? We'll talk about that later. After the breakdown of the Falcons game, of course. But right now, like, he's turned this team completely 180. And I could not be happier. Honestly, I love the path that we're on right now. I love it. We stay on this path. We're in the beginning stages of what we can create with this team. Once we get out of cap trouble, there's nothing holding us back. Nothing, guys. Nothing. Because it can only go up from there. It can only go up. With the crew that we got right now, it can only go up. And I think, you know, I think Ben McAdoo is doing an okay job. I'm not mad at him. You know? I'm not mad at him. There are some questionable choices, you know, play calling wise, since Wilkes took over. Not our team. Is not who we are. Anything after Wilkes, that's who we are. Period, point blank. And I know there's not a single Panther fan that can argue with that. Because that's the team I'm judging. That's the team I am actually doing, like, evaluations on. That's the team I'm focused on right now. Because from this point on, you know, since that Rams game, that's where we start coming back from the bottom and we start building. You know? We start creating this team the way we want it to be. Alright. Let me quickly see what people are posting real quick, and then we'll go from there, right? 'Cause I might see something I might want to talk about. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Torian. See, I see something already. I see something already I like. Here's an excellent question for everybody. And I want to see who wants to answer this in chat. With Wilkes running the show and Baker under center, with Bozeman at center, I say 230 yards rushing, 250 yards passing, 3 passing touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdowns. Baker will look like a totally different quarterback. What is Baker actually realistically going to look like under the Steve Wilkes offense that we have created in the last few weeks? What is he really going to look like? You know, there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of speculation. But I think we can get a clue as to what that offense is going to look like by looking at the second half of the Bengals game. Now, granted, Baker was playing against second stringers, third stringers, you know, and a few starters, a handful of starters, but he did well. He put up 21. Now, how is he going to fare against a Baltimore defense that is looking really, really strong lately? You know, and I don't want to, again, that's a preview of the, that's kind of getting into that preview stream territory right there, and I don't want to do that today. I don't want to talk about the Ravens game that much today. So I'll try to focus it on the Falcons game and what content we're trying to do today. So again, that's kind of a preview question. That's going to be the main headline question for the Saturday night stream. So we're going to save that one for that, if you guys don't mind. I don't think, to answer his post here, I don't see the 230 yards rushing. I see 250 yards passing, yes. I don't see 3 passing touchdowns. I see 2, maybe 3. It depends on that Baltimore secondary. We got to be careful of picks as well against that Baltimore secondary, because they're really good at turnovers. Then you got 2 rushing touchdowns. I don't see 2 rushing touchdowns. Sorry, I don't see it. He might get 1. I don't see 2. I would say split that yardage and rushing by about 1/4, and that's probably what you're going to be looking at. Because Baker's going to be asked to throw first and then run. You know, under this system. That's what we're doing. It's the shotgun RPO. So that's what we do. It's a passing type of scheme first, and then a run. If you don't have options, then you run. If you got a lane. That's how that works. Alright, so that's that question dealt with. What else we got on here? Will there be a stream with Cap tonight? Yes. We're doing it right now. I meant to do that. I meant to do this stream Sunday night and Monday night, but something came up. So, you know how it is with family stuff. So I got to deal with family stuff first. But, you know, I figured this stream could wait a couple of days. You know, because it was mostly because of the amount of content in it, and I just did not have the energy. Plus, dealing with all that to handle it. Because it's a lot to process. It's a lot of information we're about to throw out here in the stream about the cap room and about the breakdown. So I just did not feel that we were ready to do that. Despite the poll, and I apologize. I know you guys wanted to see me stream Sunday night, and I was not able to do it. So, but thank you guys for voting in the poll anyway. I very much appreciate that. For those that participated. Now, next topic. Since we are talking draft, this qualifies for this stream, so we're going to talk about it for a second. The North Carolina Tar Heels quarterback has been matching CJ Stroud's numbers, and it's been impressive. He's a very balanced quarterback, which means he can run and he can pass. So it's basically another Cam Newton type, which is good. But he doesn't have the Cam Newton's personality. You know, it's... So, I mean, if... We're going to monitor his progress very, very closely. Because he could end up around the 10 to 15 range in drafting. Which is probably where we're going to end up after our 9-8 record. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. Now, I can't promise that, but I think that's what's going to happen. But he should be available for us around that time. So we'll have that choice of him or a left guard or a center. Now, I'm going to tell you why center is now on that list because of the cap room issue. We're going to talk about that. We're going to come up with a list of what we need and ideas and scenarios of what could possibly happen. You know, depending on who we move, who we keep, you know, and what that draft could look like in those scenarios. So we're going to be going, you know, up until 2 or 3 in the afternoon here, man. And it's going to be a lot of content here. So strap yourselves in because this is going to be a busy one. But I am fully ready to go. You know, and I'm fully ready to do this, man. There's a few people that disagree. Drew Thrasher says these quarterbacks are garbage. There's not an elite quarterback anywhere in college. Yeah, I'm not impressed with this year's class of quarterbacks either, to be honest with you. Watching him this year, I've seen a lot of Mahomes like moves and improvising and extend plays and make plays needed to win. Give him another year in college, he's definitely going to get better, according to Brian. That's his comment. The ACC isn't the strongest conference. That's true. Brian says that Anderson is a beast. Okay, we'll take a look at Anderson. So I'll do a little research on him. Y'all, if y'all are compiling a list of players for me to look at, man, please do send me that list. You know, I'm going to go back through all these posts and stuff like that, and I'm going to compile a list for us to look at. I didn't do that last year, and I'm going to do it this year. You know, we're about midway through the season, so I can do that now. During the week. I could spend a couple of hours doing that. Not a problem. And there's Deion Sanders' son. Jackson State quarterback. Shedeur Sanders. So we can take a look at him too. For sure. Who else saw Mahomes trying to... Who else saw Marcus Mariota trying to throw that pass from the ground? Oh my God. That was hilarious. I saw that live and I was like, what in the world? What am I looking at? I didn't get a good look at the play because I was actually in stadium, so I wish they could have put that on the big board for us to look at a little bit more. That was hilarious, though. Torian says, I say we draft a top corner in the draft when the time comes to put him out there with Horn and trade Henderson. What do you think? There's one thing we need to address going into the season. That's one of many things. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with the cornerback situation. We need to address that for sure. We'll take a look at that in the scenarios with that. The main problem is cap numbers. So, we'll address that later. Akeem versus the Falcons. Mr. Icky. Come on down. We having a conversation with you right now. 19 pass blocking snaps. 0 sacks allowed. Yes, sir. Flex them muscles, Icky. Flex them muscles, sir. Panthers rookie tackle hasn't allowed a single sack in 8 consecutive games. Flex on him. Flex on him, big boy. That's what I'm talking about. Flex on him. Gotta work on the penalties, though. Gotta work on them penalties, man. You gotta be smarter. But, hey, man. Flex on him. That strength. That determination that went. That fight on the offensive line, man. You win in that battle in the trenches. I'm proud of you. I am proud of you. We fix those penalties. We have found our left tackle. I'm saying it right now. We have found our left tackle. This dude ain't going nowhere. But, yeah, even Chase Edmonds from the Broncos is saying, I've seen too many of my brothers across the league go down because of these unsafe fields. Owners need to put player safety over profit. Hashtag safer fields. JC Horn retweeted that. And I'm proud of him. Great. Great. That's what we want right there. Carl says Tepper needs to realize this team and these players are his investment in trying to win a championship. Protect your investment, sir, and don't ruin it yourself by getting these guys hurt because of turf. I don't care about the soccer team, and if you want to play that on turf, that's on you. But get them their own field and let us have our grass back. I mean, come on, this has been said by multiple guys from your own team as well as other teams and from multiple fans and multiple streamers, by the way. Please take the advice, Tep. Please. Please listen to us, man. Because if you don't have your star players out on the field, how are you going to make money? How are you going to make money? Nobody's going to want to see a bunch of second stringers and third stringers out there on the field when they watch the Panthers on Sundays. They're not going to come to those games. That means you lose out on ticket sales, sir. You lose out on food and vendor sales. You know, merchandise sales that people would have bought inside the stadium. You lose out on parking money for the city of Charlotte, for whatever businesses are opening parking lots open for you. I mean, this is bad. This is bad all around for the entire city of Charlotte when it comes to football-wise. Business economics 101, man. It just makes sense. Come on, Mr. Tepper. Think, please. I know you're a hedge fund manager, and that's why I'm putting it in business terms for you, because I have an associate's degree in business myself, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. In business management. Please hear my words on this. Because the more players we can keep healthy on that field, the better our chances of winning. And I know you like winning. I know you like winning because I like winning. We all like winning. We win in the day, right? That's how you win the day right there. Take Steve Wilkes' mantra with you, man. Wherever you go, win the day. I love that mantra. That goes beyond football right there. Win the day, no matter what you're doing. You know, whatever job you got. You know, whether it be, whether you're a bagger at a grocery store, whether you're a suit and tie guy, you know, win the day. No matter what you're doing. Put 110% into it. And it goes along with my mantras of keep pounding and 110%, man. Win the day. I love that. Steve, man, I'm tipping my cap to that right there. I'm tipping my respect. Respect for that right there. That is a great mantra to follow. That's why everybody's buying in, man. Everybody understands, you know. We're trying to win the day. And every day is a battle. Every day is a battle, man. Every day is a war. With endurance, with mindset, most importantly, with attitude, you know, with personality. You know, when you go in there, you got to be motivated. You got to win with motivation too. Motivate yourself. Don't let everybody else motivate you. Motivate yourself too. Don't just let everybody else motivate you. Motivate yourself. And you're going to see results, man. And this is why I want to highlight. You know, where is it? Alright, this right here. I want y'all to see this. For people who don't know who Ben Boulware is, okay? Ben Boulware was on our training camp squad. This entire system of business is called the Junkyard. And he motivates people to do workouts, stuff like that. You know, build your body up. Alright, so he trains for like triathlons, all kinds of stuff, man. This dude's a beast. And he was part of that Clemson 2016 championship team, man. And as you can see some of the highlights of how good this dude was back in college against Alabama at the time. Alabama at their peak, you know? And that's why I was so hoping this dude would make it to our 53, man. I was so hoping back then, but it didn't happen. But what I want y'all to see is this, the message he put up. And this is just one example of how he thinks and his mentality and in everything he does. One linebacker, Division I linebacker, okay, for those that don't know what that is in college. He asked what it took to be successful at that level and how he could separate himself. I told him studying and watching film. The separation is preparation. And send him this video that you're seeing on stream if you're on YouTube right now. I posted it on Facebook for those that haven't seen it yet. Just scroll down and you can find it. I want to highlight these words one more time. I told him studying and watching film. The separation is in the preparation. Deception. Think about that. Separation is in the preparation. What a statement right there. What a statement. I mean, this is something the Panthers team could take with them right now in the preparation for games. It's the mindset. You know what I mean? Shout out to Andy Bailey. Love you, my man. But, yo. The separation is in the preparation. This is how this man thinks, man. This is why I wanted this in our locker room. It's not just about his abilities on the field. It's about his mindset and his leadership abilities. And statements like this one right here. This right here, you take that into the locker room and you use that motivation, sky's the limit. Alright, so this made him reflect back on this game against Alabama, national championship game, right? In that time in his life, so thankful for the years and the people in his life at that time that taught him how to work and lead. They taught him how to work and lead. This is why Dabo Swinney is on that list of possible coaches that I would like to see come up to Carolina. This is exactly why. Because he teaches these guys how to be leaders. Grown men. You know? And he teaches these guys how to work and endure and to win in every battle that they go into. This is why I've got so much respect for Dabo Swinney. And people like to talk trash about him and this and this and that. Listen, man. That's why I admire this guy, man. And Ben also goes on to say this. And this is from a business perspective, okay? It also made me think about how the ball and how football and business are so similar. Yes, they are. You can't experience fruit, the fruit of your labors, tackles, sacks, interceptions, in his case, without preparation. Say you're an offensive wide receiver. You can't experience catches. You can't experience broken tackles. You can't experience yards after the catch without preparation. If you're a quarterback, you can't experience the fruits of your labor. You know, completed passes. You know, runs for first downs. You know, and getting touchdowns without preparation. You know, if you're a defensive player, you know, tackles, sacks, interceptions, you know, stuff like that without preparation. That is the fruit of your labor. You may get lucky and have one good game, but can you sustain it? and do it over and over? Probably not. Think about that. Some players probably can. Some can. But you can't do it every play. You're not a machine. You know what I mean? You're not a robot. Eventually, you're going to fail. You know, on one play. One play or another. You know? It does happen. But he asked the question, you know, can you sustain it? And that's a question I've been asking these players every week. Consistency in this Panthers crew. I've been asking this every week with the Panthers. No doubt. And Ben Boulware just comes out and just says this right out of the blue. And I'm like, yep, I agree with everything this man is saying right now. Alright. So he goes on to say, you can't experience fruit in business. So now we're looking at business perspective, right? Growth, profit, expansion without preparation. Mr. Tepper, I hope you're paying attention, because this applies to you. This is your area, you know, with the business perspective of it. Scott's already got this figured out. This is like preaching to the choir to Scott Fitterer. Okay? But Mr. Tepper, this one's for you. Okay? You can't experience fruit in business, growth, profit, expansion without preparation. And Mr. Tepper, you should know that better than anybody, considering you're a hedge fund manager. So there you go. You may get lucky and have one good month, but can you sustain that and do it over and over? Probably not. You gotta love this guy, man. You gotta love this guy's mindset. It's beautiful. Alright, he says, I believe what separates good football players from great ones, and what separates good businesses from the great ones, are when an individual for a team, like we have at the junkyard, is able to prepare and work relentlessly. There's that big word right there, relentlessly. I'm going to highlight that. Relentlessly. Even when it's boring and you may not be experiencing any fruit from it, and this goes for players in the Panthers management right now, even if you don't fully see success right now, work relentlessly. You just got to keep your head down and continue to dig. You know the fruit will come if you continue to prepare and tend to the soil and the roots. Yes, Ben Melware. Yes. I can't say it any louder than that right now. Yes. The film room and studying, water it. Caring about the super small details in your business, precious roots right here. Keep watering them. What you put in your body, drown it with water. Ignore the fruit. Just keep your head down. Keep preparing and continue to water the roots. Because when you do, man, the fruit is so sweet. This is what the heck I'm talking about right here, man. This is why I love this dude. Are y'all seeing this? This is why I love this dude. Imagine that type of a mindset in our locker room. How that would completely change our locker room. And how people are doing things. You know, during any tenure of the Panthers franchise. Look at all of the things that Ben Ballware is saying right now. And you tell me, how would that affect us in the locker room? How would that change the mindset of how we prepare, how we think, how we do things? And he doesn't even have to be on the team right now to affect us mindset-wise and help us out. We could take that advice right now. Excuse me. Something in my eye. There we go. All right. But we could take that mindset and use that in all areas of our lives. And watch the preparation turn into reality. Alright, so that's really the main reason I wanted to cover that. Because that is really something right there. And people aren't paying attention to this, but this goes right along with that 110% effort. And I want people to incorporate that in the Panthers organization. This doesn't just have to be a Clemson thing. This could be a Panthers thing where we incorporate 110% into everything we do. Preparation, study, work, etc. And it blends in with that win the day mindset of Wilkes as well. Imagine the fruits of our labor built this team. And we put in the work, we put in the effort, we've stacked the depth chart up with great players. We've done the work on the field. We've done the work to sustain our success. We will get our opportunity and we will cash in. So I really want people to focus in on Ben Ballware's words. Seriously. Because this dude is a smart man. And God, I wish we had him in this locker room right now. Even just giving speeches. It would be electrifying for our guys. You know what? Somebody reach out to this man and see if we can get him to do like a locker room speech or something. That would be awesome. Just on the week that we really need it. Go after this dude and try to get him to do a locker room speech for us. I would love that. I'll reach out to him myself. I'll try to get to him. He's not responding to my stuff, but maybe he might respond to like a former player or somebody from the organization. But yeah, it would be really, really cool to be able to get him to do some speeches. It's not about his talent on the field that I like the most. It's about that mindset. He didn't have the talent to be like a third stringer or a second stringer or a starter. But Ben Ballware had the mindset and the work ethic. And the motivation that could completely change a locker room culture. It could completely change it overnight. I'm telling you right now. That's the type of players we need in Carolina. When we go drafting, when we go free agent hunting, when we go trading, that's the type of players we want. Those are leaders. Those are leaders. Just like we had with Thomas Davis, just like we had with Luke Kuechly, just like we had with Greg Olsen, Cam Newton to a degree. Those are leaders. We need that back in the locker room, man. We got too many sheep. We don't have enough shepherds, you know what I mean? in the locker room. No disrespect to these players, but some of y'all just aren't fit. Just don't have it in you. And that's okay. That's okay. We just got to get people that do. There ain't nothing wrong with that. The separation is in the preparation. I mean, what a statement. What a statement right there. I'm sorry, man, but I just gotta show love to my boy, Ben Bower on that one. That's deep. That's deep right there. Anybody can take advantage of that knowledge. Anybody. Anybody. It goes beyond football. Alright, the next person I want to show love to is my man Frankie Louvu. Frankie Louvu with the 12 tackles, 2 sacks. Both career highs. This dude is a monster. I mean, this is AJ Klein 2.0. There's a couple of people that actually think he's better than AJ Klein was back then. And I could see it. Just a moment, y'all. Alright, guys, we're going to take a small lunch break here of about 10 minutes here. So I'm going to play some music for you guys while we wait. And we'll be back. We're not done yet, y'all. I'm just putting some music up for break time, alright? Let's see. See y'all in a minute. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell. Hit that follow button. Let's get it.
New prime rib steak sub with seared and slow-cooked prime rib steak. Try it today with a bag of Miss Vickie's sea salt kettle-cooked potato chips. Only at Firehouse Subs for a limited time. Tap the banner to order pickup or delivery.
Alright, we are back. Sorry about that, y'all. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Alright. Now we're going to seriously get into this stat sheet breakdown of the game. Let me see what David messaged me. Oh my lord. Alright. Alright. So let's get into this game summary. And again, I was in the house for this one, man. I was in Charlotte for this one. Alright, PJ Walker, 10 for 16, 108 yards. Let's start there. 1 sack. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure who gave up the sack offhand. But if you were the guilty party, you know who you are. Give me just 1 second, y'all. Alright. So we are looking at an 82.3 completion percentage. From PJ Walker. Pretty good game, man. Pretty good game. And it's not any different from the first Falcons game. And I want to kind of compare notes to the first Falcons game as well. While we're doing this. So the first Falcons game, PJ Walker had about 317 yards. You know, in this one, he had about 108. Alright, so that Falcons defense got a little bit better with AJ Terrell being out in both of them. But, you know, they handled DJ for the most part. 4 catches for 29 yards. Chenault, 3 catches for 17. Marshall, 1 catch for 43. And that 1 catch, man, was a big difference maker on the 10th. Now, if you consider what Chenault did in this one, let's take a look at what he did in this one. Five catches for 26 in this one. But the damage was done in this game here on Thursday night with a run play. It was a counter run play. And he had 2 proper blocks on the outside. Slipped past him and he was gone for about 42 yards. I mean, the dude's a freaking beast. Alright, so we move on to Blackshear. Blackshear, 6 carries for 32, 5.3. No touchdowns, but big difference maker, though. Chuba, 5 carries for 14, 2.8. Didn't get as many carries, but, you know, he made the difference. He got those first downs in those big situations. And then P.J. Walker for 3 carries for 14. So, you would have liked to see P.J. run out of a few more of those situations than he did when he was given a lane and there was nobody open. But, you know, I'm not complaining. Not complaining at all. We did all right. But in this particular game, you got TMJ making a big with his typical drop. Yeah, we had a couple of drops early. I mean, it wasn't unusual to see at least one of the tight ends drop a pass early on. That's been our typical MO. But, you know, it just means these guys need to hit the jug machine, man. Just means, you know, and Woods needs to join them. Because Woods dropped an interception, too. So, let's look at. I think we covered everything on our offense. Let's cover everything on their offense. So you got Marcus Mariota. We held this man to 3 rushes for 43 yards. That's it. Mariota didn't have a field because our D-line stepped up. Proud of y'all, D-line. Proud of y'all. That's what we've been looking for. We knew you guys had it in you. Okay? We knew. Because y'all shut down Kamara early on in the season. Y'all shut down a couple other people, man. So, we knew you had it in you. Great job, man. That's what I want to see every game now. Alright, so we did give up a couple of chunks of big yards to Huntley and Williams, but, you know, nothing major that we can't recover from, you know, on defense. But, we were centered in on Algier and Patterson on the rushing game. So we shut them down to under 20 yards. So I'd say we did pretty well there. Marcus Mariota, 19 for 30. That means our corners and our secondary stepped up. And we got the job done. Only 186 yards and 2 touchdowns from Mariota. Now, Mariota had that a tendency to extend plays, so you had to be careful. But we managed to do that against him. 89 completion quarterback rating there. Versus PJ's 82.3. You know, not too shabby. And Mariota did throw that one pick, man. It was a wet, rainy game. So, he may not have seen everybody that he was hoping to spot out there as far as, like, where it was supposed to be. But you got London, 5 catches for 38 and a touchdown. Damiere Byrd, if that name sounds familiar, it should. He was on our team for the longest time. One of our main wide receivers, as a matter of fact, 3 catches for 58. You know, he's still got that talent in him, man. Here's where things start to get interesting. We got Algier with 3 catches for negative 17 yards. Negative 17. Yo. When's the last time we could ever see a wide receiver on the other side of the board have a negative number? Man, that's beautiful right there. That's beautiful. We love to see that. Great job, secondary. Y'all putting in the work, man. Hodge, 2 catches for 37. Zacharias, 2 catches for 34. Pitts, 2 catches for 28. We essentially shut down Kyle Pitts, man. I'm proud of this defense. Everybody is hyping up Kyle Pitts left and right. Oh, Kyle Pitts is this. Kyle Pitts is that. Man, look at this dude, man. Only 2 catches for 28. That's how good this defense is. Yeah. Yeah. Love this defense right now. Love the way y'all playing. Man, that's a huge test. Alright, so we're going to look at the team statistics. Third down efficiency for the Falcons. 3 for 11. Yes, sir. Big money number right there. 27% of third down efficiency. And 0 for 2 on fourth down. Yeah. Oh, man. I was so happy when I saw that in person, man. That man. Yo. That's what's going to bring people back to the stadium right there. Those types of numbers. I'm trying to tell you right now. 291 total net yards versus our 333. Average game per offensive play. 4.9 for the Falcons. 5.2 for us. Net yards rushing. 136 for the Falcons. 232 for us. That's that D-line, baby. That's that D-line stepping up. Man, you gotta love this. Average game per rushing point. Yeah, they got a higher average, but not by much. 5.5 versus 4.9. That's all right. Considering the rushing attack was our biggest weakness on that D-line, I'd say we did pretty doggone well. I'm pretty happy with that, man. Falcons put up 153 passing yards. We put up 101. That's all right. Hey, that's all right. We matched up. Now you look at the completion percentage. Yeah, the 10 for 16, depending on how many times we threw that ball, is going to look good. But, you know, realistically, PJ's a game manager. If you look at the passing chart, it's a game manager passing chart. So, yeah, it's going to look nice in short and medium range. But what's important is this number. 19 for 30 and an interception. That's that defense. That's that defense stepping up. So they punted the ball about the same times that we did. But their punter was awful. Did y'all pay attention to the punter? Some awful punts. Wow. And we got Hecker back there averaging like 43-something yards a punt. Jeez. We got him inside the 10 like 3 or 4 times in that game, I think, right? At least 3. I was like, man. That's the best punter in the league. No doubt. No doubt. I didn't think I'd ever get that excited about a punter, but it's 2022. That's all I'm going to say about that. It's 2022. It's a new day, man. You just never know what you're going to get excited about with this team. Now, one thing I do want to talk about is penalties. Some of these penalties were deserved, some of them were not. But we had a total of 10 for 89 yards. That's got to stop. You know, if the refs screw us, they screw us. But we can control our own penalties. You know what I mean? And our own screw-ups. Icky, I'm talking to you. You had like 3 false starts or something like that in this game. No more, alright, buddy? I know I already dogged you about 2 times today, but I'm going to dog you a 3rd time because I saw that number and I was like, I got to do it. I got to do it. I couldn't resist. You know what I mean? I couldn't resist, man. Now, one thing I also want to mention is that when you have rainy weather in Charlotte, you tend to see a lot of fumbles. You tend to see a lot of running game and a lot of fumbles. But we didn't see one on either side, which was very surprising. We had a balance of 2 rushing touchdowns, 2 passing touchdowns. Okay? So, overall, we look good on offense. Extra points. I mean, Eddie missed another extra point to the left. I'm a little concerned about that because it's the same thing that we've been Joey Sly, Graham Gano, and that's why we cut him because we can't seem to figure out what the problem is. Well, what I'm telling you is we don't need to cut Eddie. We need to figure out what the problem is. We need to get to the root of this. We don't need to be cutting no more kickers, man. We got to figure out what the problem is. Get to the source of it. Now, I don't know who could do that. I don't know how we're going to solve it, but all these kicks just keep going to the left, to the left, to the left. It needs to stop, man. It needs to stop. We got to figure out what's going on with the technique. Man, I don't like it. It's the same thing, man. And I don't know whether it's like the way he's kicking it or the way the cleat contacts the ball, maybe. I don't know. There's something specific going on there, but we got to figure it out. Because this is not a new problem. But we did make 4 field goal attempts, though, so we did well. We did really well. Red zone efficiency, 1 for 2. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Can't complain about that. But you know what? This number is big. Time of possession, 34-12. Okay, 34-12. I want to stress that number because every game I want to stress that number. That lets the defense rest when the offense is driving down the field. And excuse me. But yeah, that time of possession matters a lot. When the offense stays on the field and they drive down the field and they get points, whether it be a field goal or a touchdown, it lets the defense rest. And it lets them do their job better. So that 34 minutes, nice job. Nice job, offense. We're improving there. Every week it's an improvement. And every week we should see an improvement. You know what I mean? That's what we're looking for. Alright, now I'm not going to hold it against our offense for the sloppy first start, First drive, you're just filling out that defense. Fair enough. Second drive, okay, I'll give that one to you because of the rain. Because the rain did affect us, and we ended up doing a lot of rushing plays on those first 2 drives, just to kind of open up the pass a little. But that third drive, we got to start getting things going in that second quarter. That's the time, man. Because you can't just sit there and just go, okay, well, it ain't going to work, man. But today, when we're looking at this stat sheet, we're seeing a totally different blueprint here. We're seeing a field goal in the first quarter, a punt in the second quarter, touchdown, field goal. Nice job. Now, that field goal came off the interception. But I was very, very happy with how we handled that first half. That is a 13-point lead going into halftime. 13 points on the board going into half. That's much, much better. We've typically been seeing We've typically been seeing 7 to 10 points or 3 points on the board, but this time we didn't. And I'm very, very happy with that. Now, clock management was good up to a certain point. We'll talk about that later. Second half, you got a punt, touchdown, field goal. Alright, so we actually had negative yards penalized in those first two drives. Pretty much almost every drive, we had some type of a penalty, which is not good. We started cleaning it up towards the fourth quarter there with the last 3 drives. But that's not a healthy thing. You don't want to get into that pattern. Even if it is just false starts. Or offsides penalties. Even just that simple. You don't want to do that. But that LaVisca touchdown was electrifying. Absolutely electrifying. Like, you could hear that crowd for miles, dude. That is what gets this team motivated right there. Big plays like that. You can get a big play like that every once in a while. Oh, yeah. And we didn't screw around up until that last 8 minutes. Then we thought, okay, let's run out the timeouts. Up to the 2:30 mark, and we gave these guys the ball at the 2:30 mark off a punt. And I said, why aren't we just driving down the field within that time limit and trying to get a field goal and sealing the deal then? Why you gotta wait until the last drive? That doesn't make any sense. So then it became about timeout usage. And when you go 3 and out that late into the game, that defense is going to come out flat. Because they're tired, they're exhausted. In a 7 to 10 point game, you can't have that. Because these guys will come back. There's a lot of quarterbacks in this league that will come back from that. You can't just sit on that lead. You got to keep the foot on the gas. As I said in my Facebook stream, object lesson. Clemson had to learn the hard way. So did Ron Rivera. If you don't keep the foot on the gas, these guys will come back and they will win. It happens all the time in football, man. When you got a 21-point lead in the NFL, sure. You can run out the clock. That's fine. You don't mind giving up 7. Man. You can't be doing that. There's too many good quarterbacks in the league that will come back from that. And we all know the best one at it. We all know that. All right? Just because he's struggling this year doesn't mean he ain't the best at it. He's still the best at it. Alright, so I don't want to see that no more. Alright, defensively. Frankie Louvu. Look at these numbers, man. Just look at these numbers. Man, that's gorgeous numbers. You got 12 tackles. You got 2 sacks. 2 quarterback. 2 tackles for a loss. 1 quarterback hit. Yes, sir, Louvu. Give this man his love. Give this man his due. That's my dude right there. I'm seriously thinking about buying this man's jersey, man. For real. For real, though. Alright, so you got Woods with 8 tackles. 1 pass deflection. Shaq with a pass deflection. Brian Burns down here. We'll give Shaq his due for his 8 tackles and his 3 tackles for a loss. Absolutely. Excellent job, Shaq. Stepping up. Brian Burns, 7 tackles, 1 sack. 1 tackle for a loss, 2 quarterback hits. He is quickly approaching that double-decker sack total that we've been asking him to get. He's at 7 now after this game. So, for anybody that's tracking that right now, that's 7. We got Derek Brown with 6 total tackles, 2 tackles for a loss. You know, this man's been stepping up, man. I gave him so much heat in the beginning of the year, and he has stepped up and he has bloomed, man. Total 180. Under Matt Rule, you didn't see anything from this man. Under proper coaching, he is rocking and rolling right now. So I give him his due right now, man. Way to go, Derek. That's that redemption story, man. That's what I've been trying to tell y'all. I love them redemption stories. Let's go. Marquise Haynes. 3 total tackles. 2 of them were sacks. 2 tackles for a loss. 2 quarterback hits registered for those 3 total tackles. Excellent job. Excellent. That was a loss of 14 on that sack, I believe. 14 total on those 2 sacks. So great job. Matt Ioannidis, 3 total tackles. We got a tackle for a loss, 2 quarterback hits. Finally, this man's starting to come out of the woodwork. We got D-Jack with 3 total tackles and a pass deflection. Nicely done. That was before he got hurt, and he's out for the year, unfortunately. So we'll talk about that in the Saturday night stream, how much of an impact that's going to make. Because I don't want to get into that too early. It's too early for that conversation. J.C. Horn, 3 total tackles, 1 interception, and 1 pass deflection. Nice job, JC. Nice job. Give his love. Give this man his love. He's handling his business out there, man. They don't want to target Horn, man. They don't want none of that. When he's out there, they don't want none of that. They're not even targeting him no more. They're going after D-Jack. And I'm going to tell you why they're going after D-Jack on his little screenplays is because D-Jack has that tendency to go for the ankles. He's an ankle biter. You ever seen them little Pomeranian dogs that are just ankle biters? That's what D-Jack is when he gets one-on-one versus a talented wide receiver out there, man. He's an ankle biter. So, you know, he'll have that tendency to play like 5 yards back before the play officially starts, and then he'll run up and he'll try to get those ankle tackles, and it ain't healthy, man, because he misses about 8 out of 10 of those things, and he gets burnt crispy. And he's got to have that safety help on those plays. And he did that during Ron Rivera's last couple of years. And I don't like seeing that come back. I don't like that. Because that's a very unhealthy habit for him. If we can find a way to break him of that and have him like cover him instead, you know, try to shut down the route, maybe get those like early tackles, you know, around the legs or the knees, you know, that's what we're looking for. Because then that dude can't shake and bake you, you know. You gotta be on point, man. You can't just let these guys just like shake and bake you and break your ankles out there. And that's the only weakness I see with D-Jack, man, because he's playing so well. Other than him taking a couple plays off every once in a while, you know, major plays. One of them in particular led to 7 points, which I was not happy about. Was that D-Jack or was that Horn that did that? I don't remember. David, I know you remember that. But one of the two got lazy as heck with their coverage. And I mean, this guy was open by acres. Acres on that fourth quarter drive, man. By the Falcons. Easy touchdown, man. He was just sitting in the middle of the end zone. In his own little world, man. Oh, there's the ball. Touchdown. I mean, I don't know which one of the two of those defensive players it was. I think it was Horn. But whoever it was, they looked like they were in Narnia somewhere. You know, fighting a white witch. Just... Y'all know what I mean, man. It just sometimes, man, these guys are just, oh God, I don't like seeing that. Well, he played during that game. I can't give him a pass. Because if you give him a pass on that one, you got to give him a pass on a few more of them, and you can't do that. So, yeah, it's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. Alright, so, other than that, I mean, I feel like J.C. Horn played really well today. You know, this week. Against the Falcons. Corey Littleton, 3 total tackles. Shutting down that run game. Gross Matos, same thing. 1 quarterback hit. C.J. Henderson, who is going to be filling in for D-Jack. Let me double check. I think he is filling in for D-Jack. I just got to make sure. Is he? No, it's Keith Taylor. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no, it is CJ. Okay, it is CJ. We're in good shape. We're in good shape. Steve Wilkes knows what he's doing. CJ, to this point, is better than Keith Taylor. I mean, nobody really questions that at this point. Because of the coverage issues, you know, that CJ has. Keith Taylor has the same issues. Except Keith Taylor will get burnt crispy in those situations. CJ will get burnt, but he'll get he'll make the tackle. You know, that's the difference between those two. And I think everybody's seen it on tape. So they're going to start targeting CJ during this this next game against Baltimore. And it's not going to be good. So I want Woods over there if Jeremy Chin is not in for this game coming up. If he is in, then I want Jeremy Chin over there backing up CJ. Because I want him over there constantly. That's what I want. Because Woods can handle his own everywhere else. He can be that multitasker, you know, everywhere else. We've seen it. So I want Jeremy Chin specifically assigned to helping CJ in this Ravens game coming up. That way, we don't have any problems over the top. We don't have any problems with these medium passes. So if CJ gets burned, it's going to be on a short pass. You know what I mean? That's what we want. That's my suggestion. You know, y'all can take it for what it's worth. That's my suggestion. Panthers carry a 4-2 all-time advantage in the series against Baltimore. Carolina won his last matchup against the Ravens 36-21 in 2018 in Bank of America Stadium. I trust Wilks. I don't understand why some of these fans can't stand him. It makes no sense. Exactly, man. I don't get it either. You know, what more do you need to prove to you that Wilks needs to be the next head coach? What more do you need? I mean, he literally just sneaked out a win against the Falcons here on Thursday. And we didn't just sneak one. We dominated that win. So it just makes no sense to me. Alright, we do have Hartsfield in until Chin comes back. Hartsfield's alright. You know, I'm not... We elevated Chandler Wooten to the third string on the 53-man roster. I noticed that. Davion Nixon's still there. Barno's still there. We're going to talk about some of these players in a little bit. I'm really hoping our passing game opens up this week. I agree with you. We got to open it up, man. So, speaking of Hartsfield, one total tackle, and it was a quarterback hit. Bravion Roy, one tackle as well. The rest of them are special teams. Alright, so if you're looking at the first half numbers, and this is why I want to highlight this, because we've been struggling in the first half to put up points and do stuff. So let's talk about it. 8 total first downs in that first half. Excellent. Our defense limited them to... oh, no. I'm reading the wrong number. Hold up. Alright, so 10 first downs for the Panthers in the first half versus the Falcons 7. We went 4 for 7 on third down conversions. They went 2 for 6. And you can see the obvious difference in numbers. We had 159 total net yards. 128 of that was rushing. And it's a big gap between them and the Falcons. Which means this defense came out to play in that first half. They weren't messing around. They just came out and played. They balled out. Alright, so you got PJ Walker going 5 for 7 in the first half. You got Mariota going 8 for 14 and a pick in the first half. Alright, so we got 0 for 1 in the red zone for the Falcons right there in that first half. So our average drive start was at the 38. And this is why these punt returns matter. Because when you're starting at the 38, that's pretty doggone good. That's a field position advantage. Alright. We have the line to do both run and pass on offense. That's true. Big improvements coming every week with Wilkes. Great job, Panthers, with the win against the Falcons. Amazing job. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Like, I can't even praise this team enough for this big win right here. Because, and let me tell y'all something. Even if we don't make the playoffs, the point is, we can see Wilkes as a head coach. It doesn't matter where we draft. The goal right now is Steve Wilkes needs to get extended. And he's got to do an amazing job to do that. So, for me, an amazing job would be making the playoffs, right? I don't know what Tepper's evaluation of an amazing job is. So I can't speak on that. But that's my thought process right now. We have Scott Fitter off the leash. No matter where we draft, we're getting great players. So, props to Hecker that game too. Absolutely, man. Hecker has proven he can play well in bad weather games like that one, as well as good weather games. So, props to him. Best partner in the league. So, realistically, Shaq Thompson had 2 tackles for a loss in that first half alone. That was half his numbers right there. Same with Frankie. As a whole, our defense looks like this. 63 total tackles, 33 of them were solo, 5 sacks, 13 tackles for a loss. No, 11. 11, my mistake. 11 tackles for a loss on the day, 9 quarterback hits, 1 interception, 4 pass deflections. Nice job, defense. Nice job. See what happens when that D-line steps up? It makes everybody's job easier. It gives everybody an option to play better. Takes the heat off of everybody. And they get it done. Everybody's on a domino effect. And if the D-line plays well, the linebackers aren't pressured as much to get their sacks or their coverages, so they can be free to take care of their business, in the rushing game as well. That takes the heat off the corners. The corners are free to be man-to-man and handle their business out there. The free safety is freed up to do whatever he does and help out wherever he needs to help out. And the strong safety is free to back up everybody. So when it comes down to it, the D-line opens up everything that you're seeing. Everything. It matters, guys. As Wilkes said, it all starts in the trenches, both sides of the ball. And we finally got a head coach that understands this. Finally. Like, it is about time, man. So, for all the Wilkes doubters out there, man, that's another one to add to the resume right there. That's another one. How are you still going to doubt this man? After hearing all the accomplishments that he has put on this list so far, I haven't seen a reason to doubt him yet. And I mean, the only, like, miniature mark on his list right now that I got is keep your foot on the gas. You know what I mean? And that was only put on there on Thursday because of the fact that we took forever to get that field goal in the last 8 minutes. When we should have gotten it on that first drive, you know, with 8.5 to go. There's no reason why we shouldn't have put that thing away on that drive. And I get running your timeouts out. You could do that later, though. You know what I mean? You could do that later. Make sure they can't come back. Alright. And that last field goal isn't to say, oh, we're greedy. No, it's sealing the deal. Which we should have done 2 drives ago. Before that should have ever been a thing. While we were still playing well and we were still driving down the field and had momentum. That's when we should have done it. That's the only mark I've got against him right now. And I mean, I think he's learned his lesson. So, learn from all the best, man. Learn from all the best that have made that same mistake. You know, even Nick Saban made that mistake once or twice. I mean, you gotta. Even Belichick has made that mistake. So don't feel bad, man. You know, that's not even a slight against you, bro. That's just a learning experience. You know what I mean? And it didn't cost you. So you got lucky. But, yeah, I'm sitting here looking at this team just like, man, this is a totally different team than it was when we started out this season. Totally different team. Same players. Same personnel. But totally different team. And I told y'all, once we got Wilkes in here, this was going to happen. I told y'all. And I'm so happy to be right on this one. I really am. Because it's made all the difference right now. Seeing what we're seeing right now. It's bringing fans back. I mean, David, you were in the house with me, man. What? You saw that crowd. Even on a rainy night, these people showed up. Because they believe in Steve Wilkes and they believe in what he is building. And what he is doing. That's the difference right there. If Matt Rule was still in control and you saw a rainy night game against the Falcons, nobody would show up. Nobody. You'd see a lot of white jerseys and nobody would care. You know? And Falcons gear in our stadium. Nobody would care, man. But under Steve Wilkes, you're seeing the polar opposite. And it just goes to show you, like, how good Steve Wilkes is doing. You know, I'm not going to throw shade at Matt Rule anymore. That's not what we're about here. We're about the future. We're about moving on. And that just shows you, like, how much of a turnaround this is. David Screw says, I imagine a stadium full of Panther fans and we're relevant again. Oh my. Yeah, man. Yeah. And let me tell y'all something else. Yeah, we both feel like that time is coming, man. We both feel like it. We all miss those days. For sure. Let me tell you all this, though. When I walked out of that stadium after we got that win against the Falcons, all I heard was these keep pounding chants and the Let's Go Panthers chants all the way down the walkways, all the way out the door. Just like it was in 15, man. Just like it was in 15. Yeah. I'm going to tell you this, man. That felt good. That felt really good. That felt super good. I got cold chills, y'all, man. When I heard those chants and I got to join in again. I could feel it, dude. I could feel the energy. I felt that 2015 energy again. And I ain't felt that in a long time. And it felt doggone good. Man. I think isn't Steve Wilkes doing a press conference? Hold up, let me check. No, it's just a mic up with JC Horn. Okay. It's just a mic up with JC Horn. I thought they were doing a press conference. My bad. Because usually they do something like that around this time of day. 2 o'clock or 3 in the afternoon, so. But yeah, that's your breakdown of the Falcons game. D-line played much better. We're about middle of the pack, D-line wise, in the league when we play like that. But we got to do it consistently. You know, anybody can have one good game, but can you do it more than once? You know? Can you show consistency? Like Ben Bolware was saying, man. Can you do it more than once? Can you keep doing it? Can you maintain it? And it's hard, man. It's hard. Black helmets, the fog, the rain, everything went together and it felt like the team was finally back. Definitely felt cold chills. Loved every minute of that feeling in the game. Yeah, man. The setting for that game, dude. Just can't describe what that felt like unless you were just there. You know what I mean? You can't describe it. You gotta feel it, bro. You gotta feel it for yourself. And that's my first game back since 2015. That's my first game back in that stadium. During a game day. Same for David. And everybody's like, oh, the monsoon weather. Man, that's just rain. That's just rain. Y'all don't know what monsoon type weather is in a Panther stadium. Y'all don't even know. Unless you've been to some of these games. I know a few of these people got some stories too. Me and David sat through that monsoon during the Colts game, man. And Jared was sitting there next to me too. Dude. We thought we were going to freeze, dude. For real. It never stopped pouring. It felt like we were in the Amazon jungle. That's a monsoon. That's a monsoon type weather at a Panthers game. Y'all don't know how that feels until you've experienced it. And if you can handle that, stay home. By all means, stay home. But, you know, we all enjoyed it, man. We had fun. The rain on Thursday was like on and off. It should have been like monsoon tropical storm weather. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, when I heard tropical storm, I was like, oh crap. Here we go. It's gonna be another one of them Colts games. I was like, oh no. This monsoon ain't gonna do nothing for us. But screw this team up today. These ponchos ain't gonna help neither. You get that type of rain, them ponchos don't do nothing. All you can do is just sit there and hope you don't freeze and turn into an icicle. But I mean, that's Carolina weather during tropical storm weather, though. That's Panther games during tropical storm, though. It's wild, man. But yeah, you compare that Falcons game to the first Falcons game we played against them. DJ Moore went off during that first one. He got like 152 yards during that first one in a touchdown. But and Laviska was the second one on that list with 5 catches for 26. TMJ with 87 yards in that first game. But I mean, you compare that equally. You got Kyle Pitts with 5 catches for 80 and a touchdown in the first Falcons game. We shut this man down. He only got 26 yards in the second one. I mean, that's what's up right there. Bird is going to be Bird. You know what I mean? He got 67 and a touchdown in the first game. But in the second one, we limited him to about 58 yards on 3 catches. No touchdown. I mean, you got to be happy with what you're seeing. Remember that Jaguars game a long time ago? I think it was either D'Angelo or Stewart did a front flip in the heavy rain and it kept going. I think it was a flag on the play. It wasn't. We weren't at that game. Looked crazy though. Yeah, true. The stands were flooded. I remember watching it on TV. Yeah, I saw that too. I was like, man. Yeah, that's the other one that people were talking about a lot from back in the day. That game was wild. I remember we won that game too, didn't we? I think we did. Yeah, that's evaluations of this game here. If you want to check these numbers for yourself, go check out the box scores on the schedules. The schedule, I'll show you where to find it. So for people that are interested in this, when you look under the team logo in the team name, look in this bottom left corner. You'll see box score for every one of them. See how they're all there for each one. All right, so that's how you find those. I'm done with those for today. And interestingly enough, Demir Bird is actually second in the wide receiver depth chart, behind Drake London. But, very good slot receiver, though. Very dangerous. Oh, excuse me. Alright, so we're done with that now. Now, to the cap space conversation. This is where things are going to get a little complicated. As it stands, we're sitting at 9.6 right now in available space for this year. We've got 1.7 in the red. You might as well call that 1.8 in the red for next year. We have got to find a way to get that number past 18 million in the black. Otherwise, we're going to be in trouble. So what do? That means we got to free up $20 million in space. Alright, this is the part of the GM job I don't want. I'm going to be real with y'all on that. That's my weakness when it comes to the GM job. This is challenging. Okay, you believe so? Yeah. Cool. Let me send a quick message real quick. And then we'll get started with all that. Alright. You good. Alright. Cool. Oh. Okay, there we go. It's working. I was about to say, what in the world's going on? Alright. So we're going to try a few scenarios. I'm going to have my notebook out here and ready to go. So we can kind of write down some of these. And how this might go for us if we do certain things. Alright, so looking at 2023, these are the free agents that we're going to have. Baker Mayfield, Corey Littleton, Bozeman, Sam Darnold, Cameron Irving, Michael Jordan, Henry Anderson, Burris, Higgins, Miles Hartsfield, Sean Chandler, who I want him to stay on that free agent list. J.J. Jansen, Philip, P.J. Walker, Donta Foreman, Sam Franklin, Andrew Roberts, who I don't really care about, Richie, Eddie Pinero, and Steven Sullivan. That's a lot of players right there. Some of them we need. Now, we're also looking to try to extend Brian Burns' contract, since we decided not to trade him for those 2 firsts. Which, to me, I still believe that wasn't the smartest move that we could have made. Because we can always find a defensive end that can match a lot of that stuff that he's been doing. You know, no disrespect to Brian Burns, but I really do believe that we could do that. With 2 firsts. Not a problem. But here we are. Trade deadline has passed, so we cannot trade anybody now. So we are looking at all the people that are not going to stay here in 2023 from here on, right? So you're looking at 2023. Before the season starts, okay, these are the moves we're going to try to make. We're going to try to balance this out. We're going to see what happens. We got 28.5 in dead. These players, you know, if any, we want to keep that are going to end up on the free agent list, right? So I'm going to go ahead and write those names down of the players that we want to keep. And I'm going to go through this and let's see what we're doing. I'm going to run through this Saturday night stream and I'm going to see what everybody's opinions are then. But for right now, these are just my opinions on who I think we should keep. Based on what we're going to be dealing with. Okay, so we're going to start from the top down. Baker Mayfield. Let's talk about what the positions will look like, you know, if we let these guys go versus keep them. Baker Mayfield, if we let him go, and Sam Darnold, since they're both on this list. Alright, our options are you could trade Sam Darnold for a pick if somebody wants him, which I don't think they will. It'll be a late round pick at this point. Probably a 6th or a 7th. That's if you want to do that. Frankly, I'd rather just let that contract run out. Baker. Now, here's the scenario with Baker. If we let Baker go, that means we are stuck with Matt Corral and we are stuck with PJ Walker at quarterback, and we'll need a third quarterback. And Hecker cannot be that third quarterback. He's an emergency backup to the emergency backup, realistically. So you're stuck with 2 quarterbacks plus a bonus guy that we don't want people to know about. So, who is essentially at PJ Walker's level. Alright, so if we try to re-sign Baker, I don't know how much money that's going to be to do that. But the franchise tender is 31.5. The transaction tender is 28. So I don't know. It would have to be a 3-year contract if you're going to re-sign him. Which I'm not sure we're willing to commit that much money and that much time into his contract. You know, for me, it would have to be a 1-year deal or something like that. Possibly a 2. You know, just to get by and be that bridge quarterback. So, frankly, it'll depend on how much money we have at the time to work with based on our prior moves. And if we might want to try our luck in the quarterback carousel. That's my thoughts right now. I don't know if that's what we're going to end up doing or if, you know, there's a lot of question marks on that one. So, but I would like to re-sign Baker. But again, it would have to be on a 1 or 2 year deal. And if we don't have the money, then we don't have the money. Period, point blank. So in that case, that would require us to draft a quarterback. Early rounds to deal with that. So that's the scenario there. Corey Littleton. Now, Corey Littleton is a very interesting situation here because I like him on run stopping, but on coverages, no. That's where my issue is with him. And he's not necessarily built to do that. Frankly, we're getting another linebacker anyway. So for me, or in my opinion, I would say we let Littleton go. You know, with all due respect, Littleton can go. We're going to be filling that spot with a linebacker anyway. So, all right. Next one. Next one down on the list. Bozeman. This is the most challenging one because we've got to have Bozeman. But do we have enough money to re-sign Bozeman? That's the question. Because Bozeman is going to ask for a lot of money as a Super Bowl center, for the Rams. And he did an excellent job for us, so he's going to ask for some money. How much are we willing to pay this man? If we don't pay him, we're stuck with Pat Elflein. Which, that's not good. We got to have this dude. We got Corbett on a long-term deal. So, my thought process is, how much? That's the big question there. It would need to be a long-term deal, probably a 3-year contract or something like that, to cut down costs in the first 2 years. Cap space for 23 and 24. I'd say a 2-year deal because we've got cap space in 2024. We'll be okay. So 2-year deal is what I'm recommending. That way we can cut down costs in the first year and not have to pay as much in the first year. But second year, that's where that money's going to start kicking in. And we're going to have to start paying them. Which is fine with us. Since we'll have the cap room to play around with at that point. Now, Sam Darnold can go. We're not going to be able to trade him for anything. 6th or 7th, like I said, with his injury history now too, affecting that, he's probably not even worth. Maybe a 6th. I would say a 6th for Sam Darnold now. I mean, he played like trash. However, I would be open to putting him in against a team that, we can experiment with him and just see how he does behind this line. And try to boost his trade value. I would be open to that. if the coaching staff is. And just see what we can move him for in the offseason. Because if we can boost up that trade value and make him look good, somebody might go for him. If they're desperate enough to get like a second string quarterback or something like that, or they would really have to be in trouble to go for Sam. But I think if there's going to be a team out there that could potentially want that, it could be the Raiders. I'm looking at the Raiders right now because maybe just a change of pace for him would be good. And, a change of location with proper coaching and whatnot. Let me look at standings real quick. Maybe the Texans. I can see the Texans maybe being interested. The Bears possibly, or the Lions. One of those teams, because I don't see Denver going after Sam Darnold. I just don't see it. They're happy with Russell, so they're not going to want to back up. All right, so that being said, I think you either just boost up Sam's trade value and play him a little bit, or you just get rid of him. I mean, we're going to be starting Baker Mayfield against the Ravens. And that percentage of snaps is about to hit the point in his contract where we're giving up a fourth instead of a fifth. And that's not something we really want to do. I'd rather keep one of those fours. Honestly. And since we don't know if we're going to win this game against the Ravens or not, and it won't kill us in the standings right now, I'm hesitant, man. I'm hesitant. I would say start Sam. I would say start Sam first half, and if you're not happy with it, put Baker in the second. Because of the snap count issue. That's my suggestion. Granted, we're not going to do much in the first half anyway. We haven't been. So, I mean, to me, it would make more sense to start Sam. And just boost up that trade value. If you could make his stats look good, if you could fluff him up in that first half, awesome. We put a couple of field goals on the board, no problem. Lamar kind of does his thing. We kind of shut him down. But honestly, to me, I want Sam's trade value boosted back up to as high as we can get it. It won't be much, probably a 5th or a 6th rounder if we can boost it up ceiling wise, but it's smarter to put him in that first half against the Ravens because of that reason. We don't win against the Ravens. So, to me, that's not... I don't know. Do what you want, Steve Wilkes, man. It's your turn. It's your team, man. If you believe we have a solid shot at winning this game against Baltimore, then absolutely play Baker. And if you believe it's worth that extra draft pick difference, instead of giving up the 5th, you give up the 4th, then absolutely, by all means, that is your call. You know, that's your call to make. It's not that much of a difference, you know, but at this point, do what you think is best. You know, I'm not going to argue with it. And his goal is to try to win this game. So, in that case, I would go with Baker. If you want the quarterback that's going to give you the best chance to win, it's Baker. If you want the quarterback that will give you an option as far as like improving his draft pick, Sam. That's just how I see it, though. Alright, so we go back to this. Like I said, Sam Darnold can go. Because when it comes to the offensive line, this really gets complicated. Alright? We do have Cade Mays. And we're not moving Taylor Moton. So, I believe that we should re-sign Cameron Irving to a 1-year deal. Only a 1 year. Unless you find somebody better than Cameron Irving. And for about the same price. Otherwise, re-sign Irving. Alright. So, that's him. Moving on. Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan can go. We're looking for a left tackle anyway. At left guard, my mistake, left guard. We're looking for a left guard anyway in the first 2 rounds. So, I mean, honestly, Michael Jordan can go. I'm not impressed with this dude. Henry Anderson. I mean, what literally, what has Henry Anderson done for us? Henry's not even on our 53 at all. That I can see. Yeah, so I don't... What's the point? Let him go. Alright, next. Burris. Now, Burris is going to be a very complicated situation here because we've already got Hartsfield on this list. We've already got we've already got Hartsfield on this list, and we got Sean Chandler on this list. So Burris would need to be re-signed. Now, for how long of a contract, though? That's the question mark that I have for everybody. Because there's a lot of different opinions about Burris right now. Some of them good, some of them bad. Now, my question is, like, how do y'all feel about Burris? Because, I don't know. To me, him and Hartsfield are the best backup safeties we have. I would rather have Hartsfield over Burris if I had a choice. But Burris is known for what he does best out there. He is 30. Granted. And Hartsfield is younger. You know, Burris has had 7 years in the league. You know, do you like Burris enough to try to re-sign him? Or do you like, you know, for me, I got to pick Hartsfield. So, Hartsfield, we're going to re-sign. We got to have him. Chandler can go. Chandler's not going to be worth even a slice of bread out of your toaster. So, I mean, let's be real. Shout out to David. Burris might be worth something. If you trade him now. He might. We're going to run the numbers in a little bit. But I don't know, man. But yeah, so far, there's a lot of doubters on Cameron Irving as well. So, I mean, that's a big question mark. What are we going to do with the offensive line depth? Because there's 2 or 3 of these guys that are going to be gone. Unless we re-sign them. So, I mean, this list is getting real interesting. Okay, Higgins. Higgins, you're next. What are we doing with you? That's a big question mark because we've already lost Robbie Anderson this year. We will be drafting a wide receiver. And I'd rather not lose another wide receiver in the process. So if we can sign Higgins for cheap, we'll try to do that. You know, you don't always have to give him a big contract for a 1 year. So, I mean, Higgins is... I don't know what his contract is right at the moment. Let's see. Okay, yeah, see, just over $1 million. Just over $1 million. We could do that. No problem. Let's re-sign him. Alright, so that's Higgins. J.J. Jensen. J.J. Jensen's a big question mark because, you know, the dude's getting old. People are starting to recognize it. But if you could sign him for cheap, we can get him. Let's see what that contract looks like. Okay, yeah, just over $1 million for 1 year. We can re-sign him for a 1 year deal. No problem. And if you re-sign him for 1 year, that's one more year up, that we don't have to deal with that situation. We could deal with that next year. You know what I mean? That's not a major priority at that position. PJ Walker, obviously re-sign. Question is how much? And for how long? So, his contract, question mark. Gigantic question mark. Because we don't know. Under $1 million right now. Under $1 million. Yeah, I'd sign him for 1 year. That's my suggestion right now, but I don't know what y'all want to do. Foreman, we're probably gonna lose. Because of how much he's gonna want to sign for long term with us. And that's just a $2 million deal. If we can keep him, we'll try. If we can't, then it is what it is. We'll probably end up drafting a running back at some point if we can't keep him. Let's see. Who's next? Sam Franklin? Sam Franklin ain't done nothing, man. Where even is this dude on here? Oh, yeah. Toss Sam Franklin, man. We don't need him. As long as we draft well at free safety and we get somebody to replace Sean Chandler, dude, we're good. We're good. Yeah, Sam can go. Alright. So, next one. Who else we got? Andrew Roberts can go. Don't care about Andrew Roberts. Alright. Richie. Now, Richie is a very interesting situation because if you want to keep him, you got to pay him like a tight end, but I would suggest using him as a fullback. And the reason I say that is because he's got that big stature and that big frame. And he would be very, very useful during those 1 yard plays. You know what I mean? So you don't wear out your running backs. So I would suggest starting to implement that into your game plan right now. If that's what you want to do with him. If you want him to straight up just be a tight end, then, I mean, we could do that. But you got to pay him tight end money. That's the issue. And either way, if you go keep him, you got to pay him tight end money. Are we prepared to do that? You know, with the option on the table to use him as a fullback. Are we willing to do that? I mean, it's a big question mark. And right now, I'm not seeing enough production out of him as a tight end to justify paying him like the big, like the $2 or $3 million that he would typically get as a tight end, as a backup tight end in the league. I don't see justifying that. So if we can, see, he's listed as a fullback on over the cap. Good. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. Let me cut this line on so y'all can see. There we go. I should have done that earlier. Alright, so yeah, he's listed as a fullback on Over the Cap, which is interesting to me. And that's exactly what I view him as a fullback. Because he's not putting up the production at tight end that you want out of a tight end. Only a backup tight end. So using him as a fullback is a smart idea. However, it gets tricky from there. Alright, so they're paying him as a fullback $825K. So if you pay him $825K as a fullback numbers, that's fine. But if you pay him as a tight end, that's going to cost you at least another $1 million or $2 million. And you can't do that. So Scott found a way around this. So I'm very, very happy. That's cool. Very good. In that case, yeah, re-sign him for the fullback numbers that he would be worth. All right. Very good. It all depends on how you're going to use him. Eddie Pinero. Now, we do have a kicker that is on the IR. So, for me, Zane Gonzalez, who is on IR. Personally, I would like to keep Zane Gonzalez since he is on a contract with us. Where is he on here? There he is. Okay. What's his contract look like? Okay, yeah, so we have him for 2 years. So essentially, you're paying him $4.4 million, right? Half of that money he's getting paid, and he's not even playing because he's on IR. So next year he's going to be worth 2.4. If he can play like he's worth 2.4. So to me, yeah, Eddie Pinero can go. Because we're going to get him back. I do believe Zane Gonzalez is better than Eddie. When he's healthy. I do believe that. Although I don't have proof. Alright, Steven Sullivan. Sullivan has not shown me enough at this point. We do have Tommy Tremble under contract. We do have Ian Thomas under contract. So I don't mind losing Steven Sullivan. That's fine. In order to free up, in order to not spend as much money next year, that's fine with me. All right, so the major ones that are going to be a major problem are going to be Baker Mayfield, Bozeman, Cameron Irving, and Justin Burris in Hartsfield. And also PJ Walker and Foreman. Those are the ones we focus on. J.J. Jensen, of course, we can sign him for cheap. But those are the guys we need to focus on if we want to make ends meet. All right, so let's make some moves. Before I start messing around with that, I kind of want to use the restroom real quick. So, y'all sit tight. Restroom break real quick. I'll be right back. Holy cow, I think I legit solved it, guys. I am so sorry. I've been muted this entire time on YouTube. But for the people on Facebook, you guys heard every solution that we're doing right now. So I'm going to read it back to you. Alright, so let's go down the list here. Alright, so if you trade Brian Burns, Wilson, Laviska, and Roy, Thomas Oliver, Keith Taylor, if these two corners are not worth anything, then cut them. Either way, we're getting the money. Trade Gross Matos as well. Trade Nixon if he's worth something. If not, then cut him. Tay Hayes, cut him. Mosby, cut him. Chandler Wooten, cut. Coleman, cut. All of this brings us to $28.6 million. Okay? $28.6 million. Now, here's what we're going to do with that $26 million. We're going to take out $10 million for rookie contracts. Alright, so that is $18.6. Subtract $7 to $8 million for regular season injuries that you can play around with. Alright, so that's $9 million, right? That is $9 million right there. $9 to $10 million. So with that 9 to 10, when you're re-signing players, we're going to re-sign Jensen for $1 million. We're going to re-sign PJ Walker for $1 million. Richie for $1 million. Irvin to a $3.5 million deal. First year of that will be 3.5. Hartsfield, three-year deal, worth $1 million in the first year. Burris, $1 million. Bozeman, $3 million. Solved. And I mean, these numbers are rounded up, so keep that in mind. But, plus or minus a little bit of money. If you want to make one more move, you can, to make it comfortable. And let me see who we could move just to make it comfortable. If you guys don't feel comfortable with that, with those numbers. Who could we move? Who could be the last one? Just in case. I mean, Tommy, right? We don't need 3 tight ends. Just put in well, it depends on our system. It depends on our system on offense. So we can't move Cade. We can't move McCall. How y'all feeling about McCall? How y'all feel about McCall? Y'all like him? Y'all like him, or should we get another defensive tackle? How y'all feeling there? I think, yeah, we can't move McCall. We can't move McCall because we're moving Bravion Roy and Nixon. So, that can't happen. Pat Eflon. Do y'all think that we could get a better guy than Pat Eflon for almost as much money? and try to save us some money on that? Would that be possible? Because we got Cade Mays. Cade Mays can, I'm not. Can we pick up like a guy to replace Pat F1 in the free agent pool? Would that be possible? That's what I'm wondering. And you could sign this guy for $1 million less, or $2 million less than we're paying Pat F1 right now to do the same job he's doing. At backup. Yeah, you would eat the $2.8 million in dead money, but you'd be saving about $2 million worth in cap savings, which you could then put that $2 million that you're not spending towards Bozeman and making sure that he stays here on like a $3 million deal, right? Or splitting that deal up into like a 3-year contract. That's what I'm feeling right now. I mean, those numbers are probably going to fluctuate depending on how much these players ask for. But right now, solved. That's what I'm looking at, man. I like it. I like it so far. Plus whatever money rolls over from this year that we're not using will help us out too. Now, then the question becomes, what are we going to do with Foreman? Foreman would need to be that $2 million deal that we need to re-sign as well. I'd like to see him re-sign for a 3-year deal and pay him about $1 million for the first year. That's what I would like to see. Because we're paying a base salary $1 million right there for this year. How do y'all feel about that? I think we could do it, guys. I think it is possible to get ourselves out of this cap situation and retain a lot of these players. It's going to be tough. But Scott has got to work his magic with these contracts. It's going to be tricky, man. I would not want to be in your position right now, Scott, while dealing with this. So I wish you luck. I really, really do. It's going to be a struggle. It really is. And I got to add Foreman on here. I don't know what type of money we're going to get, man. From the league as well. So that's going to factor in too. But as of right now, I like what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a possibility. Now, yeah, what's up, Lock Poppy? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. We covered a lot this stream, man. If you missed a lot of this, go back and check it in the VOD. Because we covered a lot today, and I want to make sure everybody is caught up. We're going to quickly review this on Saturday night for about an hour, because I want to make sure everybody is on the same page, and I want to get opinions on stuff, and stuff like that on a few of these things. But I think we solved our cap issue. I think I solved it. Alright, so what this is going to do. Yeah, that's fine, man. That's fine. We did a breakdown of the Atlanta game. We also handled the cap room. That was the second issue that we wanted to cover. And now we're going to do mock draft. Because last step before mock draft is making sure that we know what players we're going to grab. I got to process, guys. This is... cornerback. Let me just make sure I've got everybody listed as what they are, position-wise. And then we'll go from there. Barno is a defensive end. Exton is a defensive tackle. Corner. Mosby is... what is... oh, Mosby's a middle linebacker. Okay. Oh. Wait. Wow. Alright, so I got a question for everybody right now. Do you think Mosby is going to be on this roster next year? That's a major question I've got. Do you think Mosby is going to be on this roster next year? As a middle linebacker, right? He's only listed as a middle linebacker. I have him cut for $870K. As far as our roster moves. Do you believe he will stay? Nope. Wow. Because we haven't seen him on the field. So we don't know what this dude can do and what he can't do. That's my question, because I need to see him in action. Could we maybe put him in during the Broncos game and just see what he could do versus what he can't do? That's what I would like to see that. Let's just see if we can get anybody that we want to increase the trade value of that we're going to move in a trade or a trade package. Let's put him in during the Broncos game and let's just, boost up that trade package. Let's make him look good. Yeah, something you noticed that Wilkes put in TMJ in front of Shi Smith. And that was a really good thing. Yes, I completely agree. TMJ clearly beat out Shi Smith in training camp and in preseason. I mean, it was obvious. It was obvious, y'all. Even during Matt Rule's time, it was obvious. You want to see more of Barno as well and Brandon Smith. Brandon Smith has been playing pretty well. He's a run stopper. That's why you won't see any pass breakups. You won't see any interceptions from this guy. It's just run stopping. That's all he does. And I mean, we still need that. Don't get me wrong. That's why I'm not saying move him. But we still need him. As far as Barno, I haven't seen enough of him either. So I just have that funny feeling he's going to get cut. He's not even worth a 7th anymore. We drafted him in 7th, but I don't think he's worth a 7th anymore. I don't see him retaining that 7th value. So I say cut on Barno. All right, so Luck, since you just joined, man, I'm gonna run through this one more time, just for you, buddy. This is the work I've been doing the last 30 minutes on this cap. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. In order to get to $28.6 million for 2023, all right, these moves have to be made in the off season. We cannot move them. We cannot make any of these moves this year. It's got to be in the off season. As soon as these players are tradable, all right, we're going to move Brian Burns by himself, along with anybody that's not tradable. Okay, so if they don't have a value, put them in there with the Burns trade. All right, Wilson, we're going to trade him. Damian Wilson. He hasn't done much this year. We got to move him. He may be worth a late round pick in a trade. I want to say a fifth. But I can't confirm that because I don't know. Until I see him on the field and I see him doing like legit things in the next few weeks, then I'll take a look at him and see. But right now it's just been his usual 2 tackles and maybe 1 for a loss every once in a while, but it's really not been much. That's why I say late round pick value right now. We trade Laviska as well. And in that Laviska trade, you package up 2 corners, which would be Thomas Oliver and Keith Taylor. Okay? You package those 2 up. Now what we're going to do is whatever money we got left over in free agency, we're going to be getting a corner with that money to replace one of those 2 corners that we're moving here. Oh yeah, we're keeping DJ. We're keeping DJ. That ain't happening. I see that in chat. Nah, we keeping DJ. He ain't going nowhere. Alright, so then Bravion Roy along with Nixon. Package those 2 up, trade them together. Alright? That should get us a pick. Tay Hayes, cut him. Mosby, cut him. Chandler Wooten, cut him. Coleman, cut him. Now, instead of Barneau, I was going to originally cut Barneau, but now I'm thinking differently. Now I'm thinking we need to trade Gross Matos instead of cutting Barneau, because Gross Matos will get us more back in the cap number. Alright, so now with this 28.6, you're subtracting Coleman is he even on the 53? I keep thinking he is. I don't see him. He might be practice squad now. I don't see him. Well, he's contracted with us for some reason. Yeah, Coleman. There he is. Left tackle. That's what we should have been looking at, is left tackle. Okay. There he is. Okay, 3rd string left tackle. I say we get a good look at Coleman, and we figure out whether we want to keep him or not. Can he do anything other than left tackle? Does anybody know? Like, if he can do if he can play any other positions on the offensive line, then he's valuable. You know, as long as he's got the talent, he's valuable to keep around. But when you look at him on the over the cap, you're looking at about $870K that we can get back and put in our cap space for next year. See, that's why that's important, because those numbers add up. You know, every little piece of this adds up. You know, to 28.6 mil that we would be getting back in 2023 if we move these pieces in the offseason. So, going by that, 28.6, then you start subtracting the $10 million for rookie contracts and the $7 to $8 million for injuries and roster moves you want to make during the season next year. Then it becomes whatever is left over is how much we want to re-sign players for. So you're working kind of backwards here. Okay? That's what we're working on. This is going to involve a few trades. So buckle up. You know, if we want to save this cap space in 23, buckle up for this one. It's going to be nasty. And there's going to be some fans that are not going to be happy about moving Burns and moving LaVisca and moving a couple of these defensive tackles. They're not going to be thrilled with that. But it's what we got to do. You know, to keep it moving. You know what I mean? But it's moves that we can make, you know, that doesn't cost us when we're building, you know, with the draft in the next 2 years. We can replace it. You know what I mean? We were offered 2 firsts for Brian Burns, just right off the gate. So, I mean, why not throw in a player that isn't worth anything else down here, you know, by himself into that trade with Brian Burns? Why not? You know, if y'all could have him for free, you know, for a pick, you know, I don't think it's going to increase or decrease the trade value with Brian Burns in that trade. So why not? You know, you get a free one. We get the cap space, you get the free player. There you go. Proper trade-off. We'll take it. But you're going to be looking at about $9 million to $10 million in money. 9 to 10. Now, here's what you're going to be doing with that $9 to $10 million. I'm getting to that. I see that comment in the chat. We'll be cutting either Chuba or Foreman or Blackshear. They got a nice 1-2 punch. All right. No. Chuba and Blackshear are under contract. So it's Foreman that we're going to be talking about in just a minute here. All right, so the players I would like to see us re-sign are J.J. Jensen for about $1 million for a 1-year contract. Or just under that, probably. P.J. Walker for $1 million for a 1-year contract, just under that. Obviously, he's earned it based on his prior contract. Richie, we're going to sign for about $1 million. Yeah, that sounds about right for a 1-year contract. Irving, 2-year deal for 3.5. You know, on the first year of that 2-year deal. Hartsfield, we're going to be signing for a 3-year deal, $1 million in the first year. Okay. Burris, $1 million deal, 1 year. Bozeman, $3 million deal. If we can get this done, that's not a guarantee on Bozeman. We will still have Pat Affline, and we will still have Cade Mays. You know, to play center. It's not ideal, but we can suffer through 23 if we have to with those two. I don't like the idea of it, but you know, whatever it is that we have, if that's what we got to do, that's what we got to do, because Bozeman is going to cost us a pretty penny. You know, because we're looking at just under $3 million for Bozeman just for 1 year. You know, that's not. You know what I mean? Cade's under contract, so we're good. That's the question. That's why I want to see some of these players in this Denver game. You know, put them in. Once we got our lead, put these guys in the second half. I want to see what they do. Fourth quarter would be the ideal time to put these guys in. And let's just see how they handle things. You know, how good are you against these starters of Denver? You know, if you can handle yourself against the starters of Denver, you can handle yourself for 4 whole quarters. That's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm thinking on that. But yeah, Bozeman 3-year deal. If we're going to get Bozeman, it's got to be a cheap first-year deal. You know, mid-level second year deal there with the cost of them. And then the third year, we're going to have to pay up. You know, Foreman is going to have to be a 3-year deal as well. $1 million in the first year. We're going to have to pay up on him too in that third year. So it's going to come back to haunt us later on. But we can get some of these guys and keep them in here. Now the question is, how much money can we make in the next 2 to 3 years? After all that is said and done. Because that all totals up to about $10 million. Just in this year. To re-sign these guys. That doesn't give us any money to deal with free agency. If you can scrounge up enough change to get us another quarter out of that, whatever's left over, by all means, you know, to replace Stanley Thomas Oliver or Keith Taylor. We're drafting a corner anyway. That's happening anyway. So honestly, like we might not even have to use that money for another corner in free agency. We might not even have to do anything in free agency if we get all these pieces correct. You know what I mean? And make all these trades correctly. It's going to be tricky. God, it's going to be tricky. And some of these guys may not have the trade value that we think they do. That's going to be the other challenge to this. That's why I say package deals are the way to go here. So, based on this, what we want to see during the Denver game is let's find out about Larnell Coleman. Let's find out about Cade Mays. Let's find out about Barno, Mosby, and I honestly wouldn't mind seeing a little more of Tate. You know what I mean? Well, not Tay Hayes, but yeah. And then we boost up the trade value of a few more of them. Like say Bravion Royd and Nixon. We want to boost up the trade value. Put them in the fourth when we got a lead. You know, a 14-point lead or more. Let's put them in. And just let them work. You know, let's let them build up their trade value. When we got that lead the fourth, let's put Coleman in. You know, pretty much that's the way to save this cap space, man. That's the way to do this without losing anybody major. You know, The offensive line is going to take a hit. That's the thing. And I know people are not going to want to see this happen, but you got to re-sign Cameron Irving for 2 years until you can fix that problem in 2023 or 24 with the draft. I know people are not going to like that, but it is what it is. You know, the way this cap space situation is right now, that's all we can do. As much as I would love to see him get replaced, you know, and get better talent there, that's all we can do. You know, we can address that position in the draft in 24. All right, so based on this, you are losing. You're losing Brian Burns, which is a defensive end. Okay. So we now know what positions we need to draft in. We have issues in. Okay, middle linebacker. Wooten. Right. And then Coleman. Coleman is a left tackle. Perfect. All right. So, based on this, we can determine that we are going to need a quarterback. We're going to need a linebacker. We're going to need a corner. We're going to need a left guard. We're going to need a defensive end. And we're probably going to need a wide receiver. That's what we're looking at for this year's draft. Frankly, this is what we're looking at. If you want to save this cap, this is the way to do it. It's not going to be easy. We got to part ways with people that we don't want to part ways with, but it is what it is. Like, I would love to keep Brian Burns. I would love to keep Laviska. You know, I would love to keep Bravion Roy, but, you know, it is what it is. We don't have much choice. That's the moves that I would like to see us do, man. And, you know, Scott's got to become that trading wizard again. As soon as we're able to trade again. And we got to get on the phone. You know what I mean? And let's see what values we can get for these people. We'll be monitoring these teams and seeing what needs they have between this week and the time that the trading opens up again. But as of right now, if you want to trade him before June 1st, that's the way to do it. That's just flat out. That's how it's got to be. Before the trade deadline next year, these players need to go. In order for us to keep these cap. In order for us to get to 28.6. To safely re-sign these people. And even then, we are really stretching it thin. Give us a little preview of the Ravens game? Sure. We could do that for a minute or two. Based on what we've got so far, Lamar Jackson's going to be a lot tougher than Mariota. So we're not dealing with your basic zone reads anymore. We're dealing with a mobile quarterback, like Russell Wilson type, that can break tackles, he can escape, and he can get yards. So you've got to close off the edges that he can run on. You've got to close those gaps. Otherwise, this dude's going to be running 3, 4, 5 yards a pop on you. You've got to be careful. He can extend a first down play outside of the pocket. Now, inside of the pocket, you got to shut down his wide receiver routes. I'm not too concerned, but I am concerned about the wide receivers and that running back of theirs. That's going to be a problem. With our run defense being the way it has been this year, that's going to be a problem. We got to step up and win in the trenches on that D-line. Otherwise, we're in trouble. That's how you're going to shut down the Ravens offense. I'm not saying shut down the Ravens offense. I'm saying, tighten the grip on it. And make sure they don't squeeze out and do what they do. Offensively, we've got to... defensively, we're going to stick with defensive right now. Defensive for right now. We've got Dante Jackson out for the year, so it's going to be CJ over there handling the main wide receiver. We need Jeremy Chan back for this week. This is the week that we need him back. If we can get him back. If we can't, put Woods over there. It's critical that CJ has that help. 5% duty watching that side of the field with CJ. That's what I want. If they get some kind of pass over the middle, so be it. The linebackers will handle that. And Hartsfield can handle that. Not a problem. That's his duty. But I need Woods primarily over there with CJ because he's a quick tackler. He will get the job done. He will not allow these guys to get any more yards than they are necessarily going to get. Now, as far as coverage-wise, that's got to be on CJ. He's got to step up. Woods can help you to a degree, but that's, he's been struggling with coverage a little bit too. Not as much as you might think, but he's better than Hartsfield, coverage-wise. So I would trust Woods over Hartsfield when it comes to that. So that's why I want Woods over there. This is not going to be an easy cakewalk, guys. And if you want to do safety blitzes, I would recommend Hartsfield. I would not move Woods in safety blitzes at all, or run stopping blitz plays. I would not recommend it. Because if you leave CJ on an island one-on-one, he's going to get burnt. 7 out of 10 times, he's going to get burnt by a quality wide receiver. So you got to be careful. That's why I would not move Woods. The trick is to make sure that you got your bases covered out there, and it's gonna be a wild one. The short and medium pass is what you're going to be seeing mostly from Lamar Jackson because of the amount of pressure we're putting on him from the D-line. If they step up and win their trench battles, then yes, there will be pressure on Lamar. Now, the problem is what he does outside of the pocket, not inside. So that's my main concern with Lamar. Can we beat him? Maybe. Maybe. But that D-line, it's going to be determined by the D-line and how good Woods plays on Sunday. On next Sunday. It's those two factors right there. If we can limit the running game to about 150 yards, we're okay. You know, we can force Lamar to pass this thing. And to pass for first downs. That doesn't mean we're necessarily going to stop him most of the time, but we can do the best we can. And I can't guarantee this is going to be a win in Baltimore. It's going to be a 50-50 shoot 'em out game, man. We're going to have trouble, man. It's going to be a handful of key factors. Offensively, we got to keep pushing the ball down the field. We've got to. And I think if Baker could do that, we're in good shape. Where this hurts us as far as Baker being starting material is the percentage of snaps. Because we're going to lose a draft pick value. Because the contract specifically states, if he gets a certain number of snaps, we give him a fourth instead of a fifth. So, that's going to be a problem. That's why I would have liked to see Sam start this game, because we don't necessarily have to have this game, to impact our standings. Like I said, 8 to 9 wins for the year. So if we were to go 8 wins, it would not kill us as far as our wild card opportunity. But division-wise, it could make a difference. So we'll see down the road how that goes. If you know you can take an L, then I would put Sam in. That's what I would do. If you know you can take an L safely with the rest of the division losing games, then put Sam in. Not a problem. And let's boost Sam's draft value. But right now, we can't do that. So it is what it is. Sam's value is not very high right now. Honestly, we could probably trade him for a loaf of bread. That's essentially it right now. I'd say 6th or 7th. And that's bare minimum. Based on the fact that he did nothing during the Matt Rule era. Now, the reason I say he still has some value is because we haven't tested him out behind a proper line. That's why I would like to see Sam start against the Broncos. We know we're off to a slow start in the first half of every game. It's not going to change. Even with PJ in, we still got only 13 points, right? We're off to a slow start no matter what. So we might as well just put Sam in. It's not going to be any different. Second half is when you need to put PJ in, or Baker in this case, because PJ has that high ankle sprain. So Baker would come in the second half of that Broncos game and give us the relief we need, and put points up on the board. That means that deep step up in that first half, like they have been, consistently, every game, like they have been. And I think they're more than capable of doing that. So I think we got a formula here. You know what I mean? I'm not... Like I said, if we want a shot at this, it's got to be that way. If you want Baker in for the entire game, fine by me, but watch out for that pick, though. That's the problem. I don't like the fact that Baker might throw a pick in that first half. With the Baltimore defenders as turnover hungry as they are, that's not going to be good. Because I ran a couple of numbers, and they're turnover hungry, man. They're good at the turnovers, forcing turnovers. They're one of the better teams in the league, as a matter of fact. So, offensively, we got to be very careful. And I think running the game plan that we have been, with it being on the ground about 60-40, I think we're good. Foreman only had that one fumble. No, he didn't actually. He actually did not have a fumble. I take that back. I'd have to check the numbers. I don't think he had a fumble yet. But we may want to watch out for that. That's all I'm saying. All our quarterbacks have had high ankle sprain injury this year. That's right. And all these players are talking to David Tepper about removing that turf. So, there you go. That addresses that issue. I mean, that's all we could really do at the moment. Unless the medical staff has any other ideas, that they would like to present that could be helpful as far as preventing injuries. Then it's just up to technique, footwork, and hands after that point. I don't know what else to tell you. There's always so much you can do to prevent injuries. It is what it is. All right. Any other player or any other topic you want to discuss before I finish up with the draft, the mock draft in this stream? Because right now I'm going to rank these positions while you come up with a topic that you would like to discuss. Let's see. Excuse me. Okay. All right. Will Jeremy Chin play this week? I have not heard any reports that he is off the IR or injury report or anything yet. So I don't know for sure. He's not in the official depth chart on the Panthers page right now. So last we heard, he's out right now. Until we know for sure. Yeah, he's still on the IR. Because he was not listed in the injury report last week. This week. So we'll find out more about that probably next week. When we run through practices to prepare for the Ravens. Which will go back to Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So check back in with me on that question on Saturday night. And I should have an answer for you on that. Until then, I don't know. But as far as as far as trying to answer that question right now, we can safely assume he's probably not back yet. The coach did say he's going to take it slow, so we'll see how that goes. He's not rushing anybody back. He's making sure everybody stays healthy and gets healthy before they come back. So, I mean, that's all you can hope for. And that's the correct approach, you know. That's the best approach you can have. It's great to see this coach actually care about these players' health and development, man. It's awesome in healing process. Ron Rivera didn't, you know, our previous coach didn't. So, well, Ron did to a degree for a while, but the last few years he just did not care. He just wanted the best people in so he could save his job. All right. So based on that, we're going to go ahead and do a 7-round draft. Now, notice I don't know anything about some of these players. So we're going in here blind on a lot of these players. I have not done any research on some of them. All right? How we're going to finish is probably 15th. Somewhere between 10 and 15. With an 8-8 record or a 9-8 record. Right? So, keep that in mind, guys. So, if I see any trade that bumps me down to 10 or 15, I'm going to take it. Because that's where we're going to end up. But if you just want to go by third pick right now, let's say we take out the rest of the season. So we are number 3. CJ Stroud is off the board. Jalen Carter is off the board for Georgia as a defensive tackle. And here is where I'm ranking our positions right now that we need. Quarterback and left guard are first and second round. First or second round, depending on what's there. Third round is going to be linebacker. Fourth round is going to be corner. Another fourth rounder is going to be spent on a defensive end. And the fifth rounder is going to be a wide receiver. We're not in an immediate need for a wide receiver right now. But if we would like to... Here's my question. If you don't want to re-sign Cameron Irving, then that's going to mean that we need a lot of these get where is Cameron Irving? He's on this list, isn't he? Yeah, there he is. He's on that free agent list for 23. So let's see. I need to see. Cameron Irving's being used at right tackle. Okay. So, if you don't want to re-sign Cameron Irving, you're going to need a right tackle as well. That's going to bump that need up above a linebacker at third round. So let's say we manage to re-sign Cameron Irving. Let's play it like that on this mock draft, okay? That's the scenario we're running with. And then another day I'll do a scenario where we don't re-sign Cameron Irving and we go for a right tackle. I would be willing to do it today since I've got like all day and I'm not really doing anything, so if we want to do 2 drafts, that's fine. Where we play out both scenarios, I'm cool with that. Alright, let's go. Now keep in mind, I was taking a look at that North Carolina quarterback. All right, Cade, right? So he'll land somewhere in between 10 and 15. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen based on his projection right now. Which is right where we're going to land. All right, but let's assume that he ends up in the top 10. Just for this mock draft, we're going to assume he ends up in the top 10. Because he actually is outplayed C.J. Stroud in numbers wise. He's matching him. He's got more rushing yards and more rushing touchdowns than C.J. But that's not a guarantee that he is better than C.J. Okay? Keep that in mind, y'all. It is college football, and we are keeping in mind who these guys are playing against, too. So, that's a factor, too. And anybody can have a bad game. So, that's a factor, too. Alright, let's go. Now, based on all those factors, here we go. Pick 3. We can move down 3 spots to number 6. We pick up a 58. We get a first and a third for 2024. That's what the Bears are offering us. The Lions are out asking us to trade down to 8 from a number 3 and pick up a number 11 pick. Woo! Ooh, that's money. That's money right there. We can't do much with those 2024 picks, but I'm going to tell you this right now. I'll take an 11 over a 58. Shoot, yeah. Alright, let's see what we got here. Who's available? We got Bryce Young, who had that shoulder injury. We got Spencer Rattler down here. Where is that North Carolina quarterback? He's not even on here, is he? Where is he? Where is he? He's not on the list. Guys, he's not on the list. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that changes a couple of things, doesn't it? Alright, so we got Bryce Young. We got Will Levis from Kentucky. We got Anthony from Florida. Spencer Rattler from South Carolina. And Hendon Hooker down here at 120. Is Hendon Hooker a backup quarterback for Tennessee? Is that what he is? Let me see. Depth chart. I need to see something. I need to see something. Because if this is a backup quarterback for Tennessee, we're not going to want to go for him. Okay, starter. Nice. Nice. Ooh. And y'all see how well Tennessee is cooking right now. Y'all see how well they're playing right now, y'all. Oh. Oh. That man might be moved up a little bit. He might be in the 100s range soon. That'll give us our shot at him. You know, middle of the range. 15. I see it. I see a possibility here. How would y'all feel about Hooker? I like this. Ooh, I like this. I'm willing to sit till 11. Yeah, I'm willing to sit till 11 on this one. Let me see what's over here at guard. Ooh, Emo from Alabama. Oh, I think we found our winners. I think we found our winners right here, y'all. And I'm not impressed by the tackles right now. Nah. Broderick is pretty good, but we don't really need a tackle unless we're not signing Irving. So for me, it's Emo all the way. It's Emo. Either that or Javian down here at 95. One of those two has to come to us, man. That's our chance at 2 Alabama guards right there. If we don't take this, yo. Oh, man. I'm almost tempted to do a counterplay here. I'm almost tempted, y'all. For a number 11. And we're not getting anything else. Pretty much all that does is just boost up our chance to get who we want in the second round earlier. So, and we get more talent out of it. I say we take this. I'm taking it. Y'all can have Bryce. I'm cool with it. Miles Murphy from Clemson goes to Seattle. Okay. What other deals we get down here at 8? We get a 15, we get a 146, and we get a first. Okay. Hello. Oh my God, these are money. These are money trades right now. We're making money off this right here. Oh, this is a money trade right here. You go down to 26, you pick up a 56, 90, and a first next year. Oh, that's a money trade, man. And we're going for Emo at 49. And we're about to try to get Hooker at 120. Yeah, man. Yeah, man, that's a steal. Yup. You got a deal. Let's go. That's a deal right there. Alright, so we move that 11 down to 29. We pick up a 93, a first, and a second. Okay. What else you got? Move down to a 28. We pick up a 91 and a first next year. Tempting. Move down to 31. We pick up a first and a second next year. Nah. I gotta have a pick this year. I can't just have picks next year. I gotta have picks this year. I'm liking that Vikings deal right now with that 93. Because it gives us that second round too. Next year. Yeah, it's between them and the Giants. We just moved down one further than the Giants? Yeah. Shoot, why not? Gives us a 93. It's a little lower, but it's worth it. It's worth it, I think. We don't really need to jump on anybody this high, since we're jumping on Hooker down there. And that offensive guard. I think I'll take it. So far, so good. So far, so good. All right. 3 offers with the number 26. All right, so we're looking at a 26 down to a 34. We give up pick 200 for a 69. Not bad. I think this is probably the last trade I'm going to... This might be the last trade I'm going to consider. Because of what we're looking at. The 26 down to a 38 for a second rounder next year? No, I gotta have some compensation this year. I gotta have it. Ooh, 26 down to a 51. That's too far. That's too far, New England. Sorry, I can't do that. That I'm considering. The Saints one I'm considering right now. 200 up to a 69. That gives us an opportunity to get these players, that player that I would have gotten at 200 a little better quality and a lot sooner. That's an even trade. I got to give him that. Although another first is tempting, but that's further than I want to. I want to go to get somebody though. So what I will do is, because we got that 29 right there, we're gonna go ahead and accept this deal. I think. Well, let's see. Yeah, because we already got 3 firsts, 2 seconds, a third, a fourth, 2 fifths, and 2 sixths. You know, so we're set for next year. What we need is stuff for this year. So Saints, you're talking my language right now. Thank you. Let me see how many picks that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep. Yeah, we set, man. We set. We don't need another one. Done. Just don't take my guard. That's all I'm concerned about. Don't take my guard. 29 to a 33. We get a third. Nope. Here we go. 29 to a 39. And we pick up a 96. Tempting. You know. That's a lot of picks this year, man. That's a lot. You got to be smart with these trades. See, I'm the trade master, man. I know how to do this stuff, man. All the rest of these people are just like, well, we need to go for this star player or this star player. No, not so fast. You don't necessarily have to go for the star player. Sometimes these guys can be busts. But when I see an Alabama left guard that I see that we have a need for, yes. It's trade down time. You know what I mean? And I see a quarterback I like down there, it's trade down time. Alright, so I want to say again, we're looking at 49, so your safety zone is going to be 30 to 40 to be able to get emo without somebody else grabbing them. It needs to be 20 to 30 spots before what they're projected at. I've got a system, you know? And I only miss once every draft. I only miss once. And it's usually a second choice. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. Wait, who all got taken? Who all got taken? I'm going to keep that in mind. Because the next time we do this and we keep getting these types of trades... Hold on. Such as this edge rusher from Alabama here. We got Miles Murphy from Clemson. That's one of those last of the Venable people. Brian Brees, same thing. Last of the Venable people. I should have took that one. Yeah, I should have took that one. I should have grabbed these guys. Alright, fair enough. Lesson learned. You got Trenton Simpson. I'm not as big on Trenton Simpson as everybody else is. I think he's pretty good. You got Cam Smith from South Carolina. Bodrick Jones from Georgia, the tackle. Let's see. There's a safety from Alabama, Jordan Battle. I don't know how I feel about that Bama defense last year, though. Or this year. See, that's the thing. I don't know how I feel about that Bama defense this year. I don't know if I'm willing to commit to a safety from that class. That's the thing, man. I don't know. Most of the time, you can rely on the Bama secondary to be really great choices, but this time, I don't know, man. This is the first year I'm really questioning that. And if you're a Bama fan, that does not look good for you. That says a lot right there. Because Bama's been up there every single year. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and see what else is out here real quick. I mean, we may or may not be looking for a center. You know what I mean? And none of them have gotten taken yet. So, I mean, that's a thing. That is also a thing. Running back. You got Jamar Gibbs from Alabama right there. I'm going to pass. Defensive. Defensive is where we really need the help right now. There's Tyler Davis at 62. I think we'll pick that one up. Edge rusher. We'll pick him up. You got Nolan Smith down here at 35. That's an option. I'm not really feeling Zach Harrison. The edge rushers aren't looking too promising as you go down here. This is kind of a weak draft class compared to what I'm used to seeing. Let's see who else got taken. Yep, I was right to go after Miles Murphy then. I should have gone after Miles Murphy. Alright, fair enough. Learning experience, right, folks? I'll take Nolan Smith, though. I will take Nolan Smith. 37. 52. Okay. Alright, so 37 needs to be that guard. The offensive guard. Emo. That's got to happen because that's... You go down to 52, you're not getting him. Defensively. I do believe this is the pick. at 30. Ooh, Henry Toad. That changes things. I did not notice this man up here before. All right. So linebacker takes precedence over defensive end right now, but we can get. Oh boy. Either here. I think we go for Henry. I think that's the play here. And we'll go for Zach. 46. Yeah. So here's the play here. We gotta have we gotta have Emil. So that's gotta be the 37th pick. Okay? That's gotta be pick 37. That's as far as we can push it safely. Linebacker, we've gotta have him here at 29. That leaves edge rusher Zach Harrison here at 34. I think that's the play right now. We get all three of those needs taken care of here in the first and second round. Let's do it. All right. And we got enough picks, so I don't think we're not concerned about values getting any more picks. We're good. Let's go drafting. No more trades. Let's go drafting. All right. Good. They left our guys alone here. Unless I see something that really helps us out here. Down to 49? No. We have our guard option here. Okay, so 49. No. Nope. Nope. That's out of the safety zone. None of these trades. Nope. Edge rusher Nolan Smith. We're going for him. I did not expect Nolan Smith to still be here. So we're grabbing him. Now here's where we can have a bit of fun. Because 49 on 37 spot. One spot and I gain a fifth? Hold up. Just one spot. Right? Just one spot. That's not going to kill us right now. Honestly, it's not. I say we take it. That's a free draft pick right there. Taking it. Heck yeah, man. I like that. Let's go get Emil. Good. Yep, see there's Zach. 39. I called that. I knew he wouldn't last much longer. My guy's alone down here. Alright, so we still need a corner. Who is left? Ooh, Malachi Moore at 106. Okay. Tony Grimes, North Carolina, not bad. Shoot, man. We do have Garner from LSU. Every once in a blue moon, Every once in a blue moon. This might be that blue moon, man. I don't know. If I can find a Bama guy, I'm going to pick the Bama guy. 9 times out of 10. Who was taken already at corner? Just out of curiosity. This might be another learning experience, y'all. Stand by. Clark Phillips, Texas A&M guy. Emmanuel. Joey Porter. Penn State guy. Eli Ricks. Yep, that's the pick we shouldn't. Yep. Okay. And we got a guy from Auburn here, Pritchett, which I haven't looked at him much, so. But definitely Eli Ricks, I can vouch for. Okay, so that was a learning experience. Got it. So if we want Eli, we got to go a little higher. Check mark. All right. 106. Let's see about safeties. We want a quality safety, though. Ooh, Tyke Smith. Yep. That's going to be Sean Chandler's replacement right there. Tyke Smith. No question. Oh, we can wait on that one. Ooh, there's Tyler Davis. Oh, you know I'm going for that. And Ororo. I kid you not, that is how you say his name. Ororo. Like, row your boat. Some of these guys have some crazy last names, man. I love it. You can have fun with some of these names. I have actually watched Ororo. He's pretty good. I vouch for Tyler Davis, for sure. I do vouch for Ororo. The rest of these guys, you do have Byron Young, if you want to choose that guy. You got Miles Murphy from North Carolina down here too. That's not a bad choice. Justin from Alabama at 234. The late round choice, you know. But he could be a steal. He could be a diamond. That's all I'm saying, man. Even guys that far down could be a diamond. But if I don't get either one of these guys, I'm going for Miles Murphy. But right now, I've got my shot at Tyler Davis, man. I think I should take it. I legit think I should take it. We could get 2 solid defensive tackles here. I think this is the move. I don't know how I feel about this one though. We move up to 101. That knocks me down to 65. Well, I still have a... well... Yeah, we still got our shot at Rook. Rookarororo. It's still there. And our corner, Malachi, is at 106. So, we can afford to sit, I think, on this. Yeah, we can afford to do this. That's fine. 219. We'll just move up from down there. And we're looking at Malachi. Yeah. That's close enough. Of course, we'll probably get Malachi a lot sooner than that. So. And I'm probably going to try to get Tony Grimes as well. Because we really need the help at corner. We really do. So yeah, you got a deal, Raiders. Plus, I'm curious to see what they're going to pick anyway. 56 down to 80. That really puts us in danger if we want Gardner. I don't know, man. Oh, Trey Dean at 101. I didn't even see him. Oh. Oh, I'm very much considering Trey Dean. And Tyke kind of played himself lower since last year on the order. I mean, Tyke. Yeah. So, he didn't really move. That's interesting. 101. Yeah, we can get him. We got a 90 and a 93. We can get him. Won't be a problem. What do we still got up here? Ooh, we got a guard. Is Coheen a left guard or a right guard? That's my question. Is he or not? Because if he's a right guard, then we need to leave him alone. If he's a left guard, then I'm interested. Multiple positions? Ooh. I like the sound of that. I definitely like the sound of that. What's the snap count? I played 448 snaps over 9 contests. Okay. I need a snap count. I need a snap count at each position. That's what I need. That's what's going to tell me what we're dealing with here. Snap count 2022. What we got? Okay, we're talking Coheen, right? Coheen. Alright, so he plays left guard. Mostly. Okay, my question is, has Bama had any issues when you've been watching Bama this year? Have they had any issues at left guard? Have they had any issues? That's what I'm wondering about. Nah, I want Hooker. I want Hooker, man. Hooker was looking like a beast out there. Hooker's my guy, man. But shout out to X Ryan, XBL. What's going on, man? But yeah, Javian Coheen, you got my attention, man. You got my attention. We need a left guard. We need one bad. We could also get a wide receiver this early up here. There's Cedric Tillman. I like Cedric. And not many of them left. Honestly. We do need a wide receiver, though. We do need a solid one. How do y'all feel about Mims and Tillman? Marvin Mims and Cedric Tillman. How y'all feel about them? Okay, Cedric or Jalen Hyatt? Says like Poppy. Okay. Who's Hyatt play for? Okay, Tennessee. Got you. Yeah, Tillman or Hyatt. I agree. The way that Tennessee offense is looking right now, I agree with you. Yeah, he did. That is true. That is very true. He did. Yeah, Hyatt all the way then. Out of the three of them. X Ryan says, no, Bama has had pretty much perfect pass protection receivers, just can't get open. Okay. Hooker is good, but he still continues to throw the ball away. He takes way too many hits. Okay. So out of these, who would you suggest that's left? Would you suggest Devin Leary? What do you think about Devin Leary? Cedric has missed half the season. Oof. That's another reason not to draft Cedric. Oof. Okay, so what I'm gathering is we need to go after Hyatt and Devin Leary. Tell me about Leary. What y'all think about Leary? Uh, and as far as quarterbacks go, we've had C.J. Stroud go off the board, Bryce Young. Anthony Richardson from Florida went off the board. We've had Spencer Rattler go off the board too. Who out of those do you like? Because I know y'all study this stuff, man. I know y'all study this list. That's what I want to know. Okay, Hyatt. Hyatt is being considered. You got it. 76, okay. Alright, so if we're going for Hyatt, we don't want to make any more trades. Yeah. We're not making any more trades. Alright, Hyatt then. Is there anybody that would contest that choice? Any player that we could grab that would contest that choice right there? And make us go for something else. Make us go for them instead. Hyatt. Hyatt, and I was looking at Coheen as well, right? Okay. So we got our pick at 65. I think we could get a center as well. I'm looking at what else we got here? We could wait on it. We could get one of these guys from Michigan. What y'all think about one of these guys from Michigan? I don't know. I don't know. We also need to look at a corner as well. Garner. Okay, yeah, 106. Okay. Safety, 101 is Trey Dean. Yeah, so we might want to spend 90 and 93 on Trey Dean and Malachi Moore. So that's what we want to do there. 83 is open right now. '83 is open. And I want to spend that on Tyler Davis. Alright, so 69, 65. I want to put... I really want to put Davis and Rowe together. I really want to do that. Because those two are a really good crew together. But if I had my choice, Tyler Davis, obviously. I'll leave a row alone. We only need one defensive tackle. We need linebackers, right? Yeah. Hyatt is obviously the pick here at 56. We could wait for a second on Coheen. I think that's the pick here. I don't see anybody else that could really affect us as far as that goes. We might want to play. We might want to play it safe with a running back as well because of where our situation is with Foreman. I would trust Kenny McClintosh right here. I like those Georgia runners. Or Tank Bigsby. Tank Bigsby is pretty good. But I'm not going to go that direction, though. If you want your quality tight end, Cameron Waytu, right there, is available. Gilbert from Georgia. Georgia always has good tight ends. So that's the people that want those. I don't. Warren McClendon. And Jordan McFadden. Interesting. Yeah, I think the choice is pretty clear here. Unless we find something better. We've already got our edge rusher. Defensive tackle, Tyler Davis. Okay, so it's between Tyler Davis and... It's between Tyler Davis and Hyatt. Our next pick is 65. We would have a spot open to get Hyatt. We don't have... Yeah, let's get Jordan Davis here. Tyler Davis. Tyler Davis all the way here. Flowers. Okay. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Thank you. That's what we're looking for. And you know who we're going for next. Ladies and gentlemen, Hyatt is now a Panther. Let's go. Let's go. Like Poppy, you wanted Hyatt? I got him. Nick Chubb was from Georgia, yes. X Ryan suggested linebackers. We already got a linebacker, actually. We got Henry Toto. So we're good, man. Toto's a beast. Alright, running backs. Tank Bigsby. Okay, guard. Jeffy Coheen. Okay. Okay. We got an 83rd pick, and we got a 69 pick. Who else are we looking at? Okay. So we got an Alabama corner at 106. We could, of course, go for Garner. But I'm going to go for Moore. Alright, so 106, 1. Trey Dean is 2. We might want to grab Trey Dean. These safeties are going fast. Faster than I expected them to. Alright, so that's 2 choices. I'm gonna skip out on a center. I think I trust Cade Mays as a backup to handle our business. We do have Warren McClendon at 87. We got a tight end. We have a tight end. We're good there. 97. We don't want to wait too long on Larry, though. So we want to kind of grab him at 83. These two 101s are going to go at 90 and 93. That's what's going to happen there. That leaves Roro's still there. Wow. Who was I looking at? Those. Okay. Tackle, offensive guard. Coheen. Yep. That just leaves Coheen. Coheen at 69, I think. It's a bit of a reach, but God, man. We really need a guard. And that's the last good left guard back on the board right now. We got to take him. 95. Nope. That's not what we're looking for. Coheen then. Leave my people alone. Dang it! There goes Trey Dean. That's alright. We still got Tyke Smith. That is okay. And there goes Devin Wary. That's the one that we missed on right there. That's the one player that we missed on, guys. It does happen, though. Yeah. I hate it, man. I hate it. I wanted Trey Dean. I do. But Tyke Smith is still there, though. We still got a solid, reliable second choice at safety. So, I'm not panicking on that one. That's not a panic pick. You know what I mean? How do y'all feel about let's see. Warren McClendon would help us out a lot. He really would. He didn't get any snaps, though. Yeah, he didn't get any snaps this year. I'm going to steer away from him. Jordan McFadden did, though. That's another 105. If he's still there, I'll think about it at 101. I don't care. Would be kind of nice to have two Clemson defensive tackles playing next to each other. Would be nice, man. It would be very nice. And also, if you don't like Tyke Smith, you still got Tony Grimes here at 134. So, I mean, I'm not in panic mode as far as the safety goes. We're only trying to replace Sean Chandler, so. Like, that's the thing, man. You know, we're only trying to replace Sean Chandler. So, whatever we do safety-wise, that's only going to be a replacement for him. Now, if you can get a quality safety, you know, without sacrificing your needs, by all means. You know, but at this point, I'm not in an immediate hurry. But you do want somebody that's not going to get cut in like 3 years, you know? Or get cut in the training camp. Offense. We really need an offensive tackle. That could really help us right there. But at the same time, I don't. I will take Hooker. I will take Hooker. Which of those quarterbacks do you find is the best choice out of the ones left? What are y'all feeling? Because right now, I'm feeling Hooker. I've just got that gut feeling that I should go for Hooker. Because the rest of these guys are just not. Sam Hartman might be the next possible choice, but I don't know. I don't watch Coastal Carolina, so I don't know what they do. And DJ is definitely not a good choice. Nope. I do not endorse DJ from Clemson. Nope. Steer away from DJ. Dude is trash. Let me put it to you this way. If you've been watching the Clemson games this year, you'll notice that the backup quarterback has to clean up his mess in most cases. You know, because DJ is just garbage for 3 whole quarters. So, I'm going to go Hooker. I'm going to sit on that one, and I'm going to pick him up about 103. That's what I'm going to do. Scratch that 101. If he's there, I'll pick him up at 101. Running back. Do I want Tank Bigsby? Nah, we don't need anything at running back. Nah, we're good. We good at tight end. Center. Nah. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We could survive a year. Pat Eflin's going to be complete garbage, but the rest of the line is going to help him out. You know, that's just how it is. We don't need another one of those. Alright, so we can get a defensive tackle here if we wish. Alright, so we're settled in on Malachi Moore, and we're settled in on Tyke Smith down here. So that leaves defensive tackle. We could go for a second defensive tackle here. 86. Okay. 86. Okay. 86, 87. It's Warren McClendon. One of these two. These two. It's gonna be Warren McClendon. And there's Byron Young. Honestly, based on what I've seen from Arroyo, it would be foolish not to go for this dude at this point. God, I love that last name. I'm sorry, I just love that last name. Byron Young is tempting, though. I will say that. He is tempting. Nah, I want to put these guys together. Alright, so it's Rook and Warren McClendon. Those are the two choices here at 83. Okay, since we already got our defensive tackle, I think we go McClendon here. We need a tackle. I'm always going to go offensive line over defensive tackles. Always. For a little later is what we'll do. Alright, so Warren McClendon. I think I made a wise choice here, man. Malachi Moore, okay, corner. Okay. Did we pick a corner already? Did we get a corner already? We did not. We did not. Okay. In that case, Tony Grimes. I did not expect him to go off the board that quickly. Alright, so Tony Grimes then. That being the case, as quickly as these guys are going off the board right now, I might have to make a panic pick here. Where's Tyke? 175? Okay. Tony Grimes. I might have to. I don't like doing this. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like being rushed into these picks. But if it's what's necessary for the team, it's what's necessary. You know what I mean? Okay, because Hooker is 120, we'll pick him at 93. That means... Ooh, Rook is still there. That changes things. Okay. Okay. Tony Grimes is 134. Okay. $120 pick. Okay. Who's the lowest right now? One. Jeez, man. That spooked me for a second. I was so focused in. Oh my god. Alright, let me look at it. 175. We can get Taiki later on. I'm not even worried about Taiki right now. I'm not even worried about Taiki right now, man. Let's go get us, 134 is Tony Grimes. That's in the safety zone on 120. We can get him. I would prefer to get him at 103, but that's alright. Aurora will not last another round. That I can guarantee you. Neither will Tank Bigsby. Although I prefer Henry McClintosh. I prefer the Georgia runners over Auburn. They just have more power and strength. Typically. Hooker, we're going to get at 101. Alright, okay. I'm starting to see something here. I'm starting to see something. And once I get my guys, then we're going to go from there. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get a row. He ain't going to last. Okay. They picked up that guy. Okay. Corner. Tony will last for a bit. So we got our defense tackles. We're done with that. Edge rusher, we're done with that. We got our Alabama guy. Linebacker, we're done with that. We got Henry Toto. Safety, Tyke Smith is sitting at 175. We can wait on that. Alright, so offensively. The next pick is going to be offensive. We got our guard. We got our tackle. We got our wide receiver. Alright, so I really think 120. 120 versus what? Versus 134? Yeah. Quarterback is next. We're getting Hooker. Okay. Tank Bigsby. We can get Tank. It's risky, but we can get Tank. $101, $103, $120. Okay, so we got 3 picks to work with here. Alright, so we got our quarterback. Alright, so we're looking at 134 here. We are looking at 175. I mean, honestly, the 175 could be the 120 pick here down here. That's fine. So I'm looking at Tony Grimes at 134. We're going to pick him at 103. And running back. Henry McClintosh. There we go. I knew it. I knew Tank Bisbee was going to go next. I knew it, bro. I freaking knew it. I was eyeballing him for the longest time. I knew it, dude. Dadgummit, man. I knew it, man. Okay. I like Zach Frazier from West Virginia. There's just something about this. There's something about this dude, man. I just have that feeling. Go for him. Move down to 111. Think about 167. Maybe. 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 Okay, so if we're going for Zach Frazier at 131, we got our running back, we got our wide receiver. I'm not too keen on a tight end right now. We'll be fine. We can sit through another year. These guys just need coaching. Offensive tackle, Jordan McFadden. Interesting. You got my attention, McFadden. Although I don't know how much I trust the Clemson offensive line this year. See, that's the thing. I'm steering away from that. He might be pretty good, but I'm steering away from it. The fact that he hasn't gotten picked yet, I don't like that. Because, see, that's a 105. And you're sitting around the 100 range right now, and he hasn't gotten picked yet. That's, ooh. That's a sign right there. Stay away from that. Okay. Miles Murphy down there. Edge rusher. I just want to see who's still available. Linebacker. You're saying we need linebackers? Huh. What about Peyton Wilson? He's a NC State guy. He's a local guy. I'm trying to take into consideration that we love to pick up North Carolina guys. You know what I mean? So I am considering that. We've had a lot of luck with homegrown guys from NC State and North Carolina Tar Heels. So I'm not discounting that. Okay. Okay, here's Grimes. Grimes would probably be the pick right now. I don't see anything else we really need. Except for... No. We can pick up this Michigan center. How y'all feel about Michigan's offensive line this year? I got that question right now. How y'all feel about Michigan's offensive line? You think it's all right? I haven't seen like how they're doing this year. Let me see. Michigan Wolverines. How y'all doing? 7-0. Okay, 10-0. Not bad, not bad, not bad. You got that, you got Ohio State in there. You got, oh, Maryland went over to the Big Ten? When did that happen? Interesting. But yeah, there really isn't that much over in the Big Ten, to be honest. So, considering Ohio State's really the main one that you're battling against, I don't know. We really can't judge, can we? There's not much to judge on. Who did y'all play? Nebraska, Illinois. Okay. Ooh, they handled themselves pretty well against Penn State. Okay. You got my attention. 41 points. Michigan's number 3 in the country. Okay. I'll trust that. So where's this center in the depth chart? Michigan football depth chart. Here we go. Okay, he's the starting center. Oh, I like that. I like that. You know what? We might have to draft this guy. We might have to. Yeah. 103. 120 is the next one. And we can get Tony Grimes at 120. Where's our next pick? 134. Tyke Smith at 175. 134. Perfect. Oh, yeah. We about to get a center, y'all. We about to get a center. Let's do this. That's a winning draft right here. Dang it. They got my corner. Well, they reached for him, didn't they? They reached for this dude. Y'all thieves, man. Jags, y'all some thieves. Y'all some doggone thieves. Oh my God. Oof. We're going to have to reach on the corner, man. Oof. Okay. Object lesson here. Let's grab a corner sooner than we want to. Okay? Sooner than we want to. That's the lesson we learned today. Okay, there's a corner from Auburn there. Eli Ricks. See, that's when we should have got that corner as at number 41 right there when we traded down. God. That hurts. That hurts right there. That's a good solid corner. Ooh. Malachi Moore just before we got... Oh my God, are you kidding me? They got Malachi Moore just before we picked Rook. Wow. Y'all some doggone thieves. Look at this nonsense, man. Look at this nonsense. And then Tony Grimes gets picked before we can get him. Oh, wow. Alright, we're going to... Tell you what. let's go get Garrett. Garrett 142. 142. We cannot miss on this safety though. That has to be a pick for us. Alright, that's what we're doing then. Garrett Williams. I'll take a Syracuse guy. Y'all better leave my safety alone. Oh, man. Then it took a safety right before my pick at one time. Y'all killing me today. Look at this junk, man. I'll take a Syracuse corner. Why not? That's the best available at the time. Shoot. I think that's it. I think that's all our picks. We're going in around 6. Yeah, I think that's it. We will let this thing play out. Hey, hit that like button, hit that sub button if you haven't already, guys. If you're appreciating the content, please do. Share the YouTube stream with everybody. As much time as this took, I don't know. No, I don't know. We're not doing another one. Not today. We'll do like a random mock draft stream or something like that. At some point later on. Maybe next week. I'm not going to do it this week, but maybe next week. Alright, so here are your results. You got Henry Toto, linebacker, check. Excuse me. Nolan Smith, edge rusher from Georgia. Edge rusher, check. Left guard position. We got Coheen, and we also got Emo. So we're covered at both guard spots. Check. Tyler Davis, defensive tackle, check. At defensive tackle spot. Jalen Hyatt, wide receiver, check at wide receiver spot. Offensive tackle, we built on that. Quarterback, Hooker, check. It's probably going to be third string. We're waiting on next year, for a stronger quarterback class, really. To really dig deep into that. Kenny McClintosh, running back, check. With the running back spot. Center spot, Michigan, you got Oluzigan. I really don't like how that name is pronounced. Oluzigan. Oh, we're going to lose again. I don't like that. That's not the attitude we want around here, man. Hey, Garrett Williams, cornerback from Syracuse, and Tyke Smith, safety from Georgia. And I picked up 2 firsts, a second, and a 5th for next year. So there you go. That's what we're doing with the mock draft. I'm going to go ahead and call this stream here, guys. We did a lot of work today. We got a lot done. And go back and check the VODs. If you missed all of this stuff, go check it. Go rewatch the VODs. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for all the new members. Thank you for all the new followers. Love all of y'all. We're all a family. We're part of a crew. So I appreciate y'all, man. And I think that'll do it. Next stream is Saturday night, sometime after 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know when exactly. Probably after 10. I'm going to go ahead and say after 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Will be the next one. Thank you guys so much. Take it easy. Stay happy, healthy, and well. Obviously, everything seems pretty good, man. Pretty good. But let's. You know what? Okay, real quick. We're gonna go through these scores real quick. Since we're streaming, Tampa Bay wins over Seattle. We were hoping for a Seattle upset right there, but it didn't happen. Minnesota over Buffalo, shocker of the week. Detroit over Chicago, expected, but I didn't expect Chicago to put up that many points again for 2 weeks in a row. I mean, maybe Justin Fields is legit. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm 50-50 on that right now. You know what I mean? I'm 50-50. But nobody was expecting Minnesota to be for real and to take down the Bills. That was something. Alright, Tennessee over Denver, 17-10. That's expected. Low scoring game. Neither one of them are really that great. So, KC over Jacksonville. I mean, Trevor played his heart out. I watched some of that game, y'all. I watched some of that. Trevor made some good throws, man. Trevor made some good throws. But it wasn't enough. KC's just better. You know what I mean? They're just better. Miami 39-17 over Cleveland. Okay, Miami's for real. At this point, Miami is for real. You cannot deny that. After a score like that right there, you cannot deny it. So, Miami's going to be a playoff team. That's a guarantee. Giants 24 over Houston 16. 24-16 there. Yeah. Giants expected. Pittsburgh over the Saints. Yes, sir. You'll love to see it. That's what got us into a tie for third. You'll love to see it. 20-10. All right. Pittsburgh still not putting up more than 20 points. They're the same level as Tampa Bay right now. They've got that good defense, but they can't get past 20 points. I don't know why. They got Kenny Pickett, so I don't know what. Why are y'all not getting past 20 points? This makes no sense. If y'all believe that much in Kenny Pickett, why are they not getting more than 20? Somebody please explain that to me that's a Pittsburgh fan right now. Because I'm at a loss for that one. Alright, Colts over the Raiders, 25-20. Yep. Expected. I mean, Raiders are still trash right now. They're still trash. Until they start getting themselves back together, they're going to stay that way. Alright, Green Bay finally gets that win. Rodgers was talking about, he was pointing at the scoreboard saying, you know what, it's a win. It's a win. It's a win. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. He finally got a win. Over Dallas of all teams, man. That's a big one. So I give him credit for that. Is Aaron Rodgers back? Question mark. I don't know. Put together 2 or 3 more wins, then I'll start believing it. Alright, Arizona over the Rams, 27-17. Expected. Arizona's a better team right now. San Francisco over the Chargers, 22-16. that was a little unexpected. I thought for sure the Chargers would win that one, but apparently not. Again, topsy-turvy gear. So you just never know. Any given Sunday, right? Washington over the Eagles, 32-21. That's a dominant win over the Eagles. And Ron Rivera getting emotional in the locker room, you know, it's big, man. It's big. It's big for him. So, is Washington legit? I don't know. I got questions on that one. That one sent a statement, though, to the rest of the league, though, that Washington is making a run, though. They're for real, I think. I'm starting to think it. I'm starting to think so. Alright, y'all. Y'all have a good one. Stay happy, healthy, and well. I'll see you guys next time. And we're going to run it back, man. We're going to run it back. I appreciate all of y'all, man. Every single one of y'all. I got one thing left to say before I end this stream. And y'all already know what it is. Y'all already know. You ain't even got to question it. Keep pounding. Let's get up out of here, man.
Rednecks on the beat.
Hey, yo, shout out to Lock Poppy, X Ryan, and David Screws, Cave McDonald, and everybody that was in the Facebook chat today. Thank you guys so much. Keep pounding, baby.